Hey y'all!
Hey everyone. Who just joined?
Is this thing on?
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hi everyone, Gina's on.
You're on mute.
Hey, it's MJ
All
here.
ready?
Hey, y'all.
Texas Democrats
are going digital because we can't be physically together for our Texas Democratic Convention.
Our Texas Democratic Party is delivering a one-of-a-kind
virtual experience.
Packed with noteworthy speakers,
informative panels,
groundbreaking digital events,
and dynamic training.
This year's got to be different from any of the conventions we've had in the past.
But as Democrats, we're constantly innovating
In order to deliver on a more prosperous future.
So even though our tactics for 2020 have changed,
Our goals for November have not.
Texas is the biggest battleground state, and we're fighting like hell.
in order to guarantee a fair shot for all Texans.
That starts with hosting a Texas Democratic Convention as you've never seen it before.
Living up to the big, bold history of Texas Democrats.
Texas Democrats have never shied away from a challenge.
We fight because we believe
that no matter who you are,
What you look like, where you come from.
or who you love, if you work hard in Texas, you can succeed.
Texans will walk away from this week-long event feeling motivated,
inspired and informed.
you'll be trained up in digital organizing,
Elect party leadership,
voice our values,
And join fellow Democrats as we gear up to flip the state in November.
We will win the White House.
take out John Cornyn,
And expand our Texas congressional delegation.
set the agenda in the Texas Senate,
Flip the Texas House.
And elect hundreds of local Democrats across the state.
there's something for everyone to enjoy at the 2020 Texas Democratic Convention.
and we need you right there with us.
Join today by RSVPing to the Texas Democratic Convention.
We can't wait.
we can't wait.
We can't wait to see you there.
well, sort of.
I'm proud to be a Texas Democrat.
We will turn Texas blue.
Okay, thanks
Thanks, everyone.
everyone. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, y'all.
Coming up next, we have our panel Women Doing the Work, sponsored by Annie's List.
Hey y'all, my name's Luke, and I'm the Voter Expansion Director at the Texas Democratic Party. We're so excited about our one-of-a-kind virtual Texas Democratic Convention. Thank you for being a part of it. We'll be giving Texans across the state the opportunity to hear from our incredible Democratic public servants and stand with Texas Democrats as we gear up to turn Texas blue up and down the ballot in November. We know some of you may be wondering what to expect this year. There are so many ways to participate, and I want to highlight a few that we're super excited about. We'll have panels that'll be shown every day from 12 to 4 p.m. We have some incredibly qualified folks talking about their work, highlighting issues that will turn out voters in 2020, and plenty of other ways to get involved during those panels. To learn more about our incredible lineup of panels, check out our Facebook, our YouTube, and our website, TexasDemocraticConvention.com. We're hosting trainings throughout the week in the mornings, which generally run between 9 and 12. These will be led by our Texas Democratic team and Democratic Party leadership. We're also hosting a U.S. Senate debate between our two outstanding Democratic runoff candidates, MJ Hager and Royce West. You can learn more about these and much, much more at TexasDemocraticConvention.com. Now I'm going to walk you all through our website and show you how you can get as many Texas Democrats involved in the convention as possible. First, make sure to get your virtual tickets. That'll ensure that you're provided links to participate for all events during our convention. All you need to do is put in your name, your email, your zip code, and your phone number, and you'll be good to go. Let's take a look at the schedule. Here, you'll find the dates and times for all events we're hosting during the convention week. Make sure to check in because we're going to be making regular updates to this and adding more and more programming over the course of the week. A couple more things I want to highlight. On the trainings page of the dropdown, you can find a Zoom guide, a voting guide for delegates, and a virtual guide that will show how to engage us throughout the convention. You can also find our convention help desk where you can submit any issues you might be having so we can get them resolved ASAP. If you're interested in supporting us financially, where all donations will be put to direct use to get Democrats elected up and down the ballot in November, use the donate button in the top right corner of your screen. If you haven't already, please consider becoming a supporter today. We just walked through a ton of stuff, so if you're confused about something, if you can't find the info you need, please don't hesitate to call our office or submit a help ticket at txdem.co/convention-help. This is going to be an incredible convention, but our movement would be nothing without all of you. Let's go and turn Texas blue together.
I'm Cliff Walker, Deputy Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party, and welcome to Day 2 of the Texas Democratic Convention. I'm so excited to kick off the second day of the Texas Democratic Convention. We have the pleasure of hearing from some of the boldest voices in Democratic politics today, and they'll be discussing everything from the labor movement in Texas, thanks to our friends at the Texas AFL-CIO, to the efforts our party has taken to secure voting rights ahead of November. We'll also be hearing from our Voter Expansion Director, Luke Warford, as he discusses voter registration efforts with Wendy Davis, our Democratic nominee in the 21st Congressional District. It's going to be an eventful day, and we're so glad we get to share it with you. So without further ado, let's get this started, shall we? Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world. Coming up next, we have our panel, Women Doing the Work, sponsored by Annie's List.
Hello, and welcome to a conversation where we'll be celebrating women who do the work. Although, to be honest, all of the women in my life, it feels like they're always doing all of the work, so it sounds kind of redundant to me. I feel like we should just call this panel Women. But I'm your host. I'm Ashley Chang. I am the co-founder of creative civic engagement company Rouser and co-host of the Rabble podcast, where Texas politics meets funfetti, and a lot of this is how you get the stuff done to turn Texas blue, only we usually don't say stuff. And that is exactly why I am so excited to introduce our guests, who are the women of Texas who know how to get the stuff done to flip the state. And these are the ones who are doing the hard, unseen, and often uncelebrated work on the ground as operatives, organizers, local electeds, and because women, and especially women of color, have been climbing a nearly impossible political ladder up Texas and across the whole nation, and one that was initially formed by, you guessed it, white men, but they've got a backpack full of democracy and like a handbag with the rest of us that they're carrying up with them all the way to the top. And this metaphor has gotten kind of weird. So let's just introduce our panelists right now. First up, we have Diana Limon Marcado, who is the executive director of Planned Parenthood Texas Votes, a native Austinite and mom whose family has lived in Travis County for 120 years. And yet she is also the first, not just the first Latina, but the first Hispanic person ever elected chair of the Travis County Democratic Party, and potentially, I hope I can say this, a candidate for Travis County judge. Thank you for being here, Diana.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm looking forward to this.
So let's start with a quick icebreaker for all of you guys. Now, I basically want to be you when I grow up, but when you were a kid, Diana, what did you want to be?
I really wanted to help people. And when I was a kid, I was the first one in my family to go to college as an adult. But when I was a kid, I wanted to be a lawyer because I thought lawyers helped people. And in my community, that sounded like the craziest idea I could have ever said. And now I'm in this field. I'm not a lawyer. And I think being a lawyer could have been a lot more clear path than a lot of things I've chosen since then.
All right, next up, we have Commissioner Devin Allen, former campaign manager for Texas House Rep Chris Turner. She is now currently a Tarrant County Commissioner, and not only did she flip her seat in 2018, but she broke the all-male streak on the county court and is the youngest member by like more than 30 years. And can I just go off script for a second and tell you that I Googled you to prepare for this panel, and on the Ballotpedia page with your name on it, they've mistakenly listed your pronouns as male. So even the internet can't grapple with the reality of how groundbreaking you are. Welcome, Devin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I have to say that's actually happened my entire life. I can recall being in school where, you know, the first day of class and they're taking attendance and they call my name and they were expecting a boy to raise their hand, and it was me. So yeah, it's good to know that things are consistent. Yeah, well, I'm really excited to join this panel and to talk about some of the great work that women across the state are doing to care for our community. And, you know, serving as a county commissioner is an honor. It's a privilege. It's a lot of work that I'm totally up for. And so I look forward to talking more with you all about some specifics of kind of how I came to serve in this role and some of the unique things that I get to do.
And on that note, I've also heard you talk about growing up as the youngest child of incarcerated parents and yourself, even as a survivor of childhood homelessness. Do you remember during that time what you hoped to be when you grew up?
Yeah, well, you know, I had such an interesting upbringing. And yes, both of my parents had served state prison time. My mom had served, she was sentenced to 10 years for what amounted to about $2,200 of bad debt. This was at a time when Texas was being tough on crime, but not necessarily smart on crime. And thankfully, she didn't have to serve the entirety of that time. But as a result of her having a felony record and struggling to find a good paying job and a safe living conditions for us, we were at times homeless. I certainly never thought at that time that I would be serving an elected office. I had always dreamed of being a doctor. I saw other women in my family that were in medicine. So I went to, in undergrad, I majored pre-med biology. I was an EMT for 3.5 years and came to this impasse where I said, you know what, I really love helping people, but just not in a healthcare setting. And so that was about 15 years ago, where I went from being an EMT to my first position working as a Fort Worth City Council aide. And now, you know, 15 years later, I serve as county commissioner. So it's a pretty awesome journey.
It's amazing. I can't wait to get more into your story. But now I am thrilled to fangirl out on our next panelist, Natalie Motalongo. She's been the national campaign strategist at ACLU. She's worked for other iconic women who do the work, like Hillary Clinton and Elizabeth Warren. And during the last presidential primary cycle, she was the most senior Latina operative on a campaign anywhere as Secretary Julian Castro's national political director. Natalie, thank you for being here. And did you know, like fresh from the womb, that you would basically be taking over the world one policy at a time, or what did you want to be when you grew up?
No, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be part of this panel, and thank you to Annie's List to even consider talking about the women behind the scenes. I think for most of us in politics or in the world in general, we do a lot of the work because we know it's the right thing to do and never speak up to take credit for it. And I am grateful for you and shining a light on these women. Actually, just like Devin, I wanted to be a doctor. And I think it's relatively similar across most of families of color. I think that that's what we see as being successful. I can tell you that when I was younger, I grew up in Brownsville, Texas in the Valley, and being a political operative was something that didn't exist in my world. In fact, I wouldn't even know how to begin the journey to where I got here. And very similar to Devin, I pursued an undergrad degree in biology. And it wasn't until I took a Texas politics elective here in San Antonio that I realized that was where my true passion lied. So I pivoted and tried to become more engaged in politics, and that was my journey as well.
Well, I know that each of you has had such an impact on healthcare rights and making all that more equitable in your communities and across Texas and even the nation. So thank you guys. And that brings me to our last panelist. We have Royce Brooks. She is a 6th generation Texan and executive director of Annie's List, which, if you don't know already, Annie's List they're the women who are doing the work behind the women doing the work. They support progressive female candidates across the state. They've trained thousands of women candidates and campaign operatives over the last 17 years. And in the last midterm election alone, 31 Annie's List endorsed candidates won races up and down the ballot. So they are literally changing the face of Texas politics. Thank you so much, Royce, and thank you to Annie's List for having us and for your work. I know you grew up, Royce, in a political family. So what were your aspirations as a kiddo?
They were political. I think as all of these women have said, I also really felt a drive to help people in some way. And because my family was politically involved, or certainly involved at the community level, I had a sense that politics was a way of doing that. But I also was kind of never without a book. And so the other thing I really thought that I wanted to be when I grew up was a writer.
I love that. And I look forward to reading your book one day.
People are not ready for my book.
Now I'm even more excited. Let's get started. Let's start with you, Diana. Piggybacking on this idea of you wanting to be a lawyer and wanting to help kids at a young age, or help other people at a young age, what were some of your earliest memories when you realized that you wanted to and were capable of doing the work?
My earliest memories about wanting to do the work, I remember from a very young age being 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, into my teens and into high school, and being very concerned about the homeless population here in Austin that I would see. And particularly, I remember, I was transferred from schools from my neighborhood where I grew up. I was transferred to a different part of towns because my parents believed that was a way to make sure I had a good education. And so every morning my mom would have to drive me across town, and every morning we would drive through downtown and I would see the same person asleep under the same tree every day with all of their belongings every morning. And, I sort of started to create this whole lifestyle, about them, this backstory about them in my head about who they were, and really having questions about why we as a community weren't doing more. Like, why were they homeless? Where was their family? How come we weren't helping them? I drove from one part of the city to another part of the city every single morning. I knew there were plenty of resources in the city to be able to help those people. And so why wasn't that person getting any help? And then one morning that person disappeared and they weren't under the tree that they were always under every morning. And I just remember that feeling sitting with me all day at school when I finally got there, and every day, for weeks and months, just wondering if they were going to come back. Were they okay? Did they get arrested? Did they die? Were they in the hospital? Did they finally get help? And that was just something that's always stayed with me through everything I've done. Eventually, after college, as the first person in my family to go to college, I went to work for the city of Austin, and I was working in the central booking facility in the jail where people first go when they're first arrested and holding to get their Miranda rights and their bond. I was working as a clerk in there, and that experience really shaped every opportunity that I've found for myself in politics, seeing how the criminal justice system was so flawed, seeing so many people of color disproportionately impacted, reading probable cause affidavits that did not make any sense at all, and really questioning what we're, seeing so many probable cause affidavits that were really well, you could just tell it was a person, driving while black, walking while black, and this was, 10, 15 years ago when I was really experiencing this firsthand, and I just wanted to help people, and I did everything I could to try and find a job and work in the Capitol, and Natalie was saying, I had no idea how to get involved in politics. I literally felt like I was walking around the building trying to find an entrance. And I just kept asking, did anybody know who knew somebody who worked in the Capitol? And eventually I found somebody, and that somebody helped me get my start in politics.
I am so glad that that person found you and you found that person and you made their way in. It's so clear, this common thread among each of you, this just deep caring for others around you. And I love that. And Devin, for you specifically, it's so clear in your work how deeply you really do care about people. And I mean, at the same time, you are helping oversee a budget of more than, like $600 million. I'm so curious, how does your upbringing and your identity inform the decisions that you make every day as commissioner?
Sure. Well, just as some of my fellow panelists have shared, that I did not foresee serving in politics or serving as an advocate. And I had an interesting, again, as I shared, I had an interesting upbringing. So, you know, my grandparents lived in Southeast Fort Worth, and they owned it and operated a family business for about 40 years. And so my time that I spent with them growing up was kind of more of a break from the life that I spent with my mom. And this was when she was in and out of jail. She would try to sit out her city jail time. And what happened was, you know, like many of us, if you're struggling to get by, and back in the day, you could write what were called hot checks. You try to float from paycheck to paycheck. And so that's what my mom tried to do. And it was for groceries, it was for rent, for gas, for, you know, clothes for us to go to school. And unfortunately, she wasn't able to pay off the debts for the checks, that by the time those checks met the bank, the money didn't meet the bank. And so then that meant it was, you know, it's a crime, it's fraud. And so the judge at that time told her to her face that he was going to make an example out of her. So he took together all of her misdemeanor offenses and created a felony. And that's how she was sentenced to 10 years in state prison. And, you know, as a result of that, you know, we struggled. There were times where we didn't have food, we didn't have running water, we didn't have utilities. I have very vivid memories of going to school in dirty clothes, of going day after day hungry. And not that resources weren't available, but my mom didn't necessarily know about them because she wasn't necessarily raised with that knowledge. And so there's a part of me that I had to overcome to try to get from survival to thriving. But I don't forget what that feels like to go hungry. I don't forget what it feels like to be worried about where you're going to lay your head day after day or night after night. And for so many in our community, either because of maybe one bad decision or a series of them, or perhaps they made all the right decisions, but circumstances just presented themselves to where they're struggling. I see that the decisions that I'm privileged to make at the commissioner's court level, that does have a daily impact. And so I have a responsibility to think about those who perhaps historically have been underserved, and then also, you know, in that entire spectrum. And so with each decision, I try to think through, who is this meant to serve? And is this decision actually serving as many people as possible in a way that's equitable? And more importantly, or just as important, is it also serving them in a way that's sustainable? I think oftentimes in government, we make decisions with the hopes that it's a solution, but it may be short term, when really our community is deserving of longer term solutions, so that government plays the particular role that government plays, and that people can come to depend on that as they should, as taxpayers, as residents, as community members. And then for the other areas that should, you know, operate accordingly. But it really does matter that you have someone that can identify with what it's like to kind of go through these challenging situations. We have, in this present day, we have more people that are going through that perhaps than we have in a really long time. And so that, for me, it just kind of reinforces or reconfirms why I'm the right person, and my life experiences, coupled with my professional experience, have really equipped me well to serve at this time.
And not only that, but it seems just like your deep sense of empathy and common sense is one of the reasons why women are so good at doing the work and getting stuff done. So I appreciate you sharing some of your story with us too, and how that influences all of the amazing things that you've done for our communities. Let's transition over to Natalie. I seriously can't tell you how often the Women of the Rabble podcast and I have literally squealed with like policy nerd delight every time we heard new policies pushed out by Castro's campaign. And I've only just found out that you were the driver of many of those policies. Can you talk a little bit about how your specific life experience has also influenced your relationship with policy and some of that work?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we have very similar journeys, the people on this panel and I think that your life experiences actually shape what you prioritize in your own personal careers. And so I am personally a first generation, first person to be born in the US. My dad and mom still live in Brownsville, though my dad still doesn't speak English after many, many years of being here now, naturalized citizens. And not only having that personal experience and journey, but also having experience working on the Hillary campaign. We spoke about this a little bit, but I was on the 16th cycle as well. And I think that was when I really learned how to organize in a community that was very transient, that had a lot of needs. And when you make those personal connections with people on the ground and then see someone like Donald Trump win the presidency, it becomes a personal vendetta. And so that experience, plus the experience that I had at ACLU with family separation, we were at the forefront of that lawsuit with DHS, really gave me the perspective and the knowledge that I needed to go on and be a decision maker and a person that actually had a seat at the table at the with Secretary Castro. And that was the result. That was the result of us pushing immigration as our first policy. I think that resulted in multiple reasons. One, because family separation was still a very hot topic at the time. So it was his personal responsibility as a Texan to talk about that. But then also to really push decriminalizing border crossings, so ending 1325. This became a really hot topic during the primary process and really became a needle in the conversation that we had around immigration. A lot of people don't know, but the reason why we have family separation is because of this really old law called 1325, and a law that shouldn't exist anymore. And so I agree, our personal experiences is what really shape us into who we are, and also craft that moral compass that you have within you. And then all you need is a little bit of confidence to be outspoken and the right people to hear you.
Thank you so much. And with that idea, yes, it takes that life experience, and yes, it takes a little bit of confidence, but let's take a big historical and philosophical step back. Diana, I've heard you talk a lot about how all of our systems, from healthcare to education to our political party systems even, were founded on racism and sexism. So let's just get real for a second here. One of the things that I've learned from watching you as a leader, honestly, is how you seem to never miss an opportunity to pull others up around you to make politics feel more inclusive for the rest of us. And I so appreciate that. And I want to know what do you credit, or who do you credit in your life for helping make that happen? And how can we make sure that inclusivity and diversity are our new normal?
Thank you so much. I have a little bit of background noise. My baby is coming in and out of the room, so we might have a guest visitor in just a second. It
looks like when women do the work.
That's right. But there might be two of them, might be one. We don't know what's happening outside. So for me, growing up, it was like very clear that all of these systems were at work. Like I said, I lived in one neighborhood that was predominantly Latino, lower income. I considered it very working class. And then I went to school in the daytime on the western side of the city, which was very affluent, very white in my school. So sort of seeing the dichotomy like every single day is really what like opened my eyes to like, there are two totally different systems for people based on where you grow up, who your family is, what the color of your skin is. And then having gender on top of that was an additional barrier. I didn't understand, I didn't have the words to describe what I was feeling, the frustration that I was feeling, and a lot of the anger that I was feeling for a long time. And frequently people would brush it off, right? And be like, oh, it's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. or, oh, you just need to work harder. But I felt like I was always working harder and it still wasn't translating the same way it was for other people. It wasn't really until, like I said, I had an opportunity to go work in the Capitol. I was thankful to be helped by a lot of other women that I met there, many who were younger than me, older than me, had all different types of experiences. And that sort of circle of women around me is what has always helped me in every job that I've had. Even when I worked for HEB and I was coming up as, just a clerk in the cosmetics department and as a cashier, but there were women around me who had been working for HEB for a long time, who really supported me even in that career as well. And so I took that with me to the Capitol. I found another great group of women there who were really supporting me. And then luckily, I always say I was walking around lost in the Capitol and Annie's List kind of found me and said, come to this training, young person. We want to help you. They put me in campaign school. And really, I was like in my second day of campaign school, learning how to run a campaign. And their political director at the time, Genevieve Van Cleve, caught me in an elevator and she said, when are you going to run for office? And I had, nobody had ever asked me that question. And those were all sort of things that I thought were impossible. But I credit so much of it to Annie's List. They are so invested in the women in political work, both as candidates and as staff. It's an incredible network. They've helped me in every part of my career in politics. And I just continue to learn from them and see the great women that they continue to bring up. And I'm so ready to help them in any way that I can. But really a lot of people within Texas politics and a lot of women and women of color have had opportunities because Annie's List was there for them in so many different ways.
And what about you, Natalie? Are there specific instances that you can think of throughout your career that you've sort of come up against obstacles and what helped you get through them? What or who?
Yeah, I can think of one person specifically. Her name is Emmy Ruiz. She's also a rising star in politics, or I should say already a leader in politics and also from Texas, from the Valley. Emmy was actually my boss in the Hillary campaign. And I think like many of us, we are personally hard on ourselves on where we think we should be or what we could do. When I started on the Hillary campaign, I quit my job. I had a full-time job in DC and I was really hungry to organize my community, the Latino community. And I started off as an organizer. And Emmy was our state director there. And by the time we got to our general election, Emmy asked me to be the political director. I was, I would say, an older organizer for the time. I wasn't, fresh out of college and I had years experience, but it's what I really wanted to do and I craved in my soul. But Emmy recognized my potential and my talent, and it was because of her that I accepted the position as political director. And I like to tell this story because I knew that I could do it, but I needed someone to really encourage me. And I remember a conversation with her where she said, I said, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I'm ready. And she said, you're going to do it and you're going to be good at it. And it's what I need you to do. So you're going to step up. And I think sometimes we just need that push. We discuss all the time that it takes so many more times for a woman to run for office. I think according to Annie's List, it takes at least 7 times for someone to get asked to run for office. And that's because we internalize a lot of the things that we think are perfect in politics. We need to check an internal checklist that we often have running. And most of the time, it just takes someone else to push you a little bit and say, you got this. For me, it was that push, and I've tried to be that same person to other young women that I mentor in their careers. And something else that I've found that's been really helpful to me is even when I feel like I'm not quite ready, I've decided to take the leap. I reach out to my former mentors and say, I'm about to do this. Can I count on you? I just want to make sure that you know that I'm about to do this. Can you be my soundboard if I need it? You might realize that in the end, you're fine and you're actually okay doing it, but just having that reassurance is helpful to me. And that's actually what I did when I took the position with Secretary Castro's campaign as his political director. So my advice is, of course, reach out to mentors when you're thinking of taking a risk and taking a leap. I like to say a leap into leadership. And also pay it forward, because you never know whose life you're going to shape and change.
All right, thank you so much. And we will be right back after this short break.
Name, title.
Okay.
Oh, we're about to get into it.
Hi, I'm Lauren Pulley, and I'm the Chief Technology Officer at the Texas Democratic Party. Thank you. It's very exciting. I think it really recognizes the commitment we have here in Texas, not only to running data-driven campaigns up and down the ballot, but also technology-driven campaigns. And it's been such a pleasure to be here at the party for just over 2 years with Cliff and with Manny, with the chair and everybody else, and to be so supportive of really thinking about data and technology in a new way. And especially as we enter this weird world of COVID and trying to figure out what campaigning looks like remotely, it's even more important than ever that we're using the best tools and the best data to contact all the voters that we need to contact, because so much is at stake on the ballot in November. A bit of an accident that I made it into the world of political technology and political data. My background's originally in computer science, and I've spent most of my career in the private sector working as a software developer and then working in consulting. And it wasn't until May of 2016 when I had a good friend from school who'd been working on the Clinton campaign who told me that they were looking for some more software developers that I ever really considered figuring out what political technology was. I was lucky enough to be able to spend about 4.5 months working on the technology team of the Hillary Clinton campaign, and that was really my first experience into politics, into political data, and into sort of figuring what all this was about. I thought that was going to be really the only time that I spent in politics. That Hillary Clinton didn't win, I went back to my private sector job a couple of days later. But I think that experience and knowing everything that was at stake really made me want to get back in the fight. In 2018, when I started looking for a new job, I was looking at political jobs, found this opportunity at the Texas Democratic Party, and decided it was time to come home to Texas. And I'm really driven by everything that's at stake on the ballot in this election, all the progress that we made in 2018, flipping the 12 state House seats. I know that we can continue to do it, but also everything that we're fighting for going into 2020. I think one of the trickiest things about this job is there's just so much that we can do, and it's really hard to try to figure out what we focus on when we sort of try to pull it all back and figure out what all this means. And one of the first things I worked on when I started a couple of years ago was figuring out what our goals should be across the state in order to flip Texas. So how many voters should we have to get in every precinct, in every county, in every district across the state in order to flip it? We had to look at turnout, who currently lived here, who we need to mobilize. And I was actually looking back at my notes the other day, and I found some numbers that I put up on the screen a couple weeks into working at the TDP. And I was talking about turnout in 2018 and was almost laughed out of the room because I thought the turnout expectations were going to be too high. Everybody said that was crazy. We were never going to see that many voters. And looking back on it, it was actually about 200,000 voters shy of who actually turned out in 2018. So, as we know, 2018 was definitely a historic year in terms of turnout. But as we're going through those goals at a precinct level, was able to build some scalable technology that allowed us to provide guidance to every campaign at the state house, the state senate, the U.S. congressional, and the county level. And that really helped scale our small staff of candidate services and data to be able to communicate and have very specific conversations with all of our campaigns all across the state. We've taken this mindset of needing to be able to scale things across the whole state to everything that we've done in terms of reporting, providing campaign support, providing canvassing support. The first reports and goals that we put together a couple years ago have really built the foundation for all the scale that we've built and all the candidate support that we've provided.
Hey Texas Dems, it's Judge Tony Wallace in Fort Bend County.
We are going to win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, but most importantly, your support. Text VOTES, VOTES, to 21333 to get started. Now let's go enjoy our convention. All right, so we've been talking a lot about mentorship, and it got me thinking about one of my favorite books of the past few years by Stacey Abrams, Minority Leadership. And she has a whole chapter where she talks about mentorship and the different kinds, and the importance of building a network of mentors that might not always only look like the traditional set of mentors. So I would love to transition over to Devin, to you. You've served as a city council staffer, an EMT, district director in both the Texas House and Senate. So can you tell me an example of one woman we talked about earlier in our conversation this week together, who you've met during your time in public service, who maybe served as a turning point for you and what it looks like for women to do the work and how that might not necessarily look like a traditional sense of a mentor?
Sure. Well, and I'd have to say that already in my learning more about my fellow panelists, that they are so encouraging. So I just want to thank them for not giving up to this point and encourage them to continue pressing forward, because we definitely need them. You know,
Abrams does talk about peer mentors and the importance of peer mentors also.
Yes, that's very important. Yes. Well, so, you know, I shared some about my difficulties when I was growing up, and you know, I ended up running away at the age of 16 years old. And I couch hopped for a summer before one family took me in my junior year of high school, couch hopped the next summer, and then another family took me in my senior year of high school. And my goal was always to get to college. I didn't really have any aspirations beyond that. I mean, I knew I wanted to be a doctor, but I wasn't really sure what all the steps were. And so I got to college, was in it about a semester or so, and then dropped out. And then had to work my way back through like this scholastic plan to get back into school. Got back into school, then again, as I shared, got to this point to where I knew I didn't want to go to medical school anymore. Even though I loved being an EMT, I worked nights, 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. and went to school during the day. And then I had this amazing opportunity to work for a woman. She was the mayor pro tem at the time for the Fort Worth City Council. Her name is Kathleen Hicks. And she represented parts of downtown and Southeast Fort Worth and far South Fort Worth. And, you know, as you would imagine, with a city the size of Fort Worth, even at that time, there were many issues that we were confronted with on a daily basis. And I had the great honor to work with a lot of residents throughout District 8 and also throughout the city. And there was one particular resident, I'm going to call her Miss B, because I don't want to share her full name in case she doesn't want her business out in the streets like that. But Miss B made such an impact on me because she called the office very regularly to voice her concerns about an issue. And if something either wasn't being done or wasn't being done to where she thought that it could be, she wasn't afraid, she wasn't ashamed, she made the time to kind of voice those concerns. And she kind of made that a priority, and she also must have had the flexibility to do that. I know everyone can't be engaged to a particular level or to the highest level. She showed up to the community meetings. If she called me and put me on a task, if I didn't follow up with her in the amount of time that she thought was satisfactory, she would call me again. And she wore me out, like in a good way. But what it taught me was the importance of people in office and government and agencies really being willing to be held accountable to the folks that they're supposed to serve. And there were so many other women just like her, men also, that really taught me what public service was about. It's not about showing up to events and taking pictures and making great speeches, even though it does involve that. And, some people are great orators, others not so much. What it's about is making sure that for whatever level of government that you're in, that you're making sure that it's responsive to the people. And I would say this either if you're in office or if you want to be in office or if you work on a campaign, is that if you don't care about the people, you really have no business looking to serve in any type of leadership role or even a support role for that matter. The community is who you should be listening to. The community is who you're doing the work for. And I think it's really dangerous the minute that you forget that. And hopefully you will have a community that sees enough in what you're trying to do that they will remind you of it. I tell people I'm open to compliments and I'm open to constructive criticism. And that doesn't matter who it's from, but especially from the 500,000 plus constituents that I swore to serve. I want to know that they're hearing enough from me and that I'm doing the job that they sent me there to do. And that doesn't mean that they're always going to agree with the way that I do it. And that doesn't agree that they're always going to, that doesn't mean rather that they're always going to agree with the way that I vote. But I should be more than willing to have a conversation with them about it, put the issue in context, help them understand all the different perspectives and parts of kind of coming to a particular decision, and then allowing them to, and creating an opportunity for them to be a part of the next step in that decision-making process and whatever that looks like.
I think that's such an incredible story for me to hear as someone who is relatively over the past few years new to politics and activism, because when you talk about Ms. B and how much you learned from her and what a huge impact she had on her local government, you don't talk about the accolades or the degrees that she had, or she was an expert in one specific issue, but that she just cared and she showed up enough and she was loud enough, right? And showed up enough to really make those connections. So I think that's so important for all of us to hear, really. All right, Royce. We know that women like those sharing the screen with us right now are out there doing the work. And yet about 80% of our Texas legislature is still made up of men. And I know also that if we keep electing women at the same rate that we have been, we wouldn't have equal voices for another 99 years. And I learned that from the Annie's List website. But why do you think that this national conversation that we are hearing more and more around the importance of women doing the work, particularly women of color, why that's important? For instance, there's been a lot of talk around Joe Biden's potential VP pick being a woman. And are there parts of this conversation that you think that we're still missing also?
Oh, you've asked me a mouthful just now. So yes, I think that it is no coincidence and no accident that despite the fact that women, and especially women of color, are the backbone of the Democratic Party and have been the drivers of progressive change in this country forever, in every progressive movement that this country has seen. Women have been the ones doing the work. It is absolutely the case, and we've even heard it on the panel today. Each woman here has talked about her confusion as to how to enter the process, how to enter the sphere that she had so much passion for, right? Diana's metaphor about just trying to get in the building and not being able to find the door, right? That's in large part by design. You're not supposed to find the door. The building was not designed for you, right? And one of the things that we at Annie's List are here to do is to just simply demystify the process of accessing those spaces of power. You know, it's not rocket science. Politics is people, it's commitment, it's passion, it's time. It serves the folks who have power to make everybody else think that it's rocket science so that they don't try to exercise the power that they in fact hold. I think that with respect to this conversation at the national level and attention being paid to the fact that women, and especially women of color, really are the most persistent and the most powerful supporters in the Democratic Party. You know, it's about time, and it's also sort of, you know, of course we are, right? And we do this work because we have to. We are not here for ambition. We're not sort of here for personal gain. We are here because people need help. Because we're here because people need help, we often end up doing the work and forgetting the part where we seek to take credit, seek to sort of gain advantage. And that is in large part why we are clearly the foundation underneath the work. We are the workers behind the work, but we're still so often not sitting at the front where we deserve to be by numbers and by right.
I wish that we could talk about this for the next several hours.
Yeah.
But we have to start wrapping up soon. So my last question for all of you, piggybacking on how we can ensure that we continue to do the work so that women are only doing the work, but are seeing themselves reflected in leadership positions up and down the ballot across industries. So my last question for all of the panelists, I'm sure there are many people at home watching us right now who are either literally young or young at heart, or maybe young in their political careers or their activism. So I want to know if we could all crawl into a time machine and have just 1 minute to go back to your teenage self, totally physically distanced, of course, like 6 feet away, but what one piece of advice would you offer yourself at this point? And let's start up with Diana.
I would tell myself to, the cliche, like believe in yourself, but really to dream bigger. Like throughout my career, I've set goals for myself thinking like, oh, one day I'll be able to do that. But up till this point, like I've been able to check almost all of those boxes. And I just think sometimes you look back and you're like, wow, 6 months ago, 6 years ago, I never would have thought this was possible. And now I have the opportunity to be in the position that I am. And so I would just tell everybody, everybody's been through so many challenges that are so much harder than some of the things that we think are impossible. So like, believe in yourself, you can do it, make a list and dream bigger. Like every impossible dream, put it on there because it's not impossible.
Thank you. And Devin, what about you? What piece of advice would you have offered your former self?
I would probably say encourage myself to enjoy the journey more. And as we know, with each of the things that you take on, the hats that you wear, who you are today versus who you are last month, or who you'll be six months from now, it's an iterative process. And Royce had shared that for most women, we don't necessarily do what we do for the praise, for the recognition, for the accolades. And we don't do it just solely because of ambition, but let's be for real, we are ambitious. We're very ambitious. We're very competitive, and I think that's a good thing. But I think sometimes in that you can lose the joy in the work that you're doing, because if you would have told me in 2012 when I was managing Chris Turner's field campaign, it was a 3-way primary, that fast forward 8 years from now that I would be a county commissioner, I would have said, yeah, right, whatever. Not because I didn't believe it was possible, but I just didn't necessarily see myself serving in this particular role. But, over those number of years, I've had so many amazing opportunities and spent so much meaningful time with the community and met so many amazing people across our state and our nation who are doing really good work. And you don't always realize it in that moment that you experiencing a piece of history. And so I think sometimes we can just move just a tad bit slower just to kind of savor it, mark it in our memory, whatever way you do that, whether it's through a picture or journaling or just a note in your phone, because the time absolutely flies by. And, it's really going to be those moments that you look back on, that when things get incredibly tough and you think, well, maybe not me, maybe not right now, maybe not this role or this position or this challenge. It's those moments that you kind of look back on that encourage you and push you to keep doing even more and do even better.
Thank you. And what about you, Natalie? What piece of advice do you wish that you would have had as a kid or a teenager first getting started?
I have advice that I continue to give to myself today, but I would definitely remind myself a couple of things. The first is growing up, you think that your journey to success exists in a linear line. You think, okay, I'm going to take this step that will lead to this, that will lead to this. And I constantly remind myself that that's not the case, that you can have setbacks, but you can continue to grow and overcome those things. The other thing that I've learned in my journey to where I am now is that you have to speak up and ask for what you want. And it's an organizer's motto that I take very seriously, which is you get some of what you ask for, but none of what you don't ask for. And so I used to have this mentality of, if I put my head down and work really hard, then other people will notice and recognize. And that's not the case all the time. I've been fortunate enough to have mentors who have done that for me, but that's not been the case. And so I now think to myself, if I want something, then I need to speak up and ask for it. And I think the most important thing that I would like to tell my 15-year-old self is to continue to wear your heart on your sleeve. I think especially now in modern day politics, people jump into races expecting to fit this cookie cutter model of what we expect others to like or want. And it's based out of polling, and it's based out of, messaging and a lot of PR strategy. And the thing that I'm most proud of that we did on the Castro campaign is that we did things because they were the right things to talk about at this moment. We spoke about immigration. We spoke about police brutality. We said that police violence is gun violence. We spoke about trans rights. We spoke about reproductive justice. And it wasn't because it was the most popular things to talk about. It was because it was something that was important to talk about. And so I would say continue to do what feels right and what's important, regardless of what everyone else expects you to do.
We do need to all hear that again and again and again. Royce, what about you? You are part of this organization, Annie's List, that has done so much to help so many women in politics across the whole state. But for you personally, what would you wish that you would have known before you got started?
Don't go to law school.
Or become a doctor, I guess.
my team told me not to say that one. No, I think it's really, if I could talk to my 15-year-old self, I would just say to her, it's going to be okay. I know that it seems like every decision point is cataclysmically important, but if you just keep going and you do it with integrity and you do it with courage And you, as Natalie beautifully said, keep your heart on your sleeve. It's going to be okay.
Diana, I would love to know from you, what pieces of this conversation about women doing the work do you think is also missing? And what as a woman who is actively out there doing the work around reproductive justice, around building more inclusivity and diversity in politics, what do you wish more people knew about what it's actually like as a woman doing the work?
Oh my gosh. It's super hard for sure. I think it's like politics is not an easy business to be in. It's long hours and demanding work. You're never going to make everybody happy. It's hard if what your family and your loved ones around you and the demands that it puts on you and your time with them. And then on top of it, it's like we think we're all in this work because we all have the shared values and shared goals, and we all want to help the community. But then even within our own party and our own movement, we still having to deal with racism and sexism and microaggressions. And so even though we feel like baseline, we have shared values, that doesn't mean everybody's suddenly cured of all of the ills of historic systems in America. And that includes, right, within our own movement, the Democratic Party, within the nonprofit structure, et cetera, right? Like classism exists, racism exists, sexism exists. I can't remember which panelist mentioned it earlier, right? But maybe it was Royce, but we've internalized all of those things growing up, and so have our counterparts. And so every single day it's work to undo those biases within ourselves. Some of it causes us to have imposter syndrome and question ourselves, like, oh, can I do it? There's already, 2 men already signed up to do that. Maybe I don't have anything extra to add, but we do, and it's like, oh, we are second guessing ourselves sometimes, and other times other people are second guessing us. And it's not because we don't have the experience, the expertise, or the skill or the ability. It's just because that's what a lot of us have been trained to believe in. I think to Natalie's point, like it takes a woman, has to be asked 7 times before she may run for office. Where, as we know, we have, men who have just said that like the clouds opened one day and they knew they were divinely recruited to run for office. So all of this stuff is embedded in us, and it's hard. It's hard to undo that within ourselves on top of doing the work. But you find these great networks of people and these mentors, and you find these communities that want to work alongside you and that you have so much to learn from. And it's all worth it, but it is still very, very hard. And I continue to learn so much from people older than me, younger than me, my colleagues that just continue to challenge me and my own biases every single day. So I think as long as people are open to learning at every single phase of this work, it just makes our entire movement stronger.
Yes, and what I've heard from each of you is that all of your individual stories are really what inform and empower the work that you guys are doing. So I just want to thank you for your wisdom and your work. And this was the easiest panel I probably will ever have to moderate because y'all are incredible. And that's one of the beauties of being in Texas politics and getting to run a podcast about progressive Texas politics, is that I just get to talk to really smart and interesting people all of the time. But I want to say that we need more of you out there doing the work with them, so that 2 years from now or 4 years from now, we can be telling your story next. So if you were inspired, like I was, by the women on this panel, please know that there is nothing stopping you from joining them up here, virtually on the screen one day, or hopefully in real life again. So please, please, please check out Annie's List, check out their programs from Candidate 101, Run to Lead, Campaign School, and now Campaign Grad School, so that you can help us build that bench strength and flex that beautiful collective muscle that will smash the patriarchy and move us all forward, starting right here in Texas.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Coming up next, we have our panel, Workers and Their Stories, thanks to our friends at the Texas AFL-CIO. Stay tuned.
My name's Christina Gomez. I'm the finance director at the Texas Democratic Party, and I brought Anne and Ruth with me because they live in our office and they inspire us every day. I'm from the Rio Grande Valley, something that I'm also really proud of, Mission, Texas. And I just returned home from living in California for a few years, and I was watching the 2018 Senate race while living in LA, hosting my own phone banks, with all of my Texas friends who lived in LA, and in that moment, I saw what was happening in Texas, and I wanted to be a part of it. So I came back to Texas in late 2018, moved back into my high school bedroom at my mom's house, and I had the good fortune of meeting Cliff Walker and Manny Garcia. I was introduced to them by a friend, so Manny, Cliff, and I met for coffee. Brittany was there too, and I remember sitting down and instantly feeling connected to the people I was sitting with. They looked like me, we were about the same age, and I had this moment where I thought, this is what Texas looks like. So we had a conversation about what I was trying to do, and as luck would have it, they were in need of a finance director. So lightning sort of struck, and what started as an informational interview became an actual interview, and I had to pivot in that moment and have a conversation with Manny, Cliff, and Brittany about what I could bring to the party. I'm so grateful for this experience. I've had such a wonderful time so far. Just celebrated a one-year anniversary. I have the best team on my finance team. I think our state party team is the best in the country. To me, being a Texas Democrat means taking care of family, cuidando a nuestra familia. Whether it's your family or my family, we're all in this together to build meaningful, safe, healthy lives. I believe in the mission of the Texas Democratic Party. I believe that we are striving and fighting for the right things to protect Texans and to make this state and thereby this country a better place.
Hi, my name is Barbara Gervin Hawkins, State Representative for District 120 in the beautiful city of San Antonio. We can win big this year. We need your help in turning Texas blue by giving of your time, your effort, and your voice. You can start by texting VOTES at 21333. Have a great convention.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Coming up next, we have our panel, Workers and Their Stories, thanks to our friends at the Texas AFL-CIO. Stay tuned.
Texas Democrats know the economy thrives when we invest in our people. Everyone does better when we have healthy, well-educated, and well-compensated workforce. We believe in building an economy that works for all Texans, not just corporations. We do right by working families when we treat employees like the neighbors, friends, and families that they are. Our values and our Texas Democratic platform call on us to deliver economic solutions and fight arm in arm alongside the labor movement in support of the hard-working Texas they champion. Today, we are proud to host some of our leaders in the Texas AFL-CIO movement and elevate the working Texans as they share their stories. We're also excited to share more about how the labor infrastructure in Texas has been transformed under the leadership of the Texas AFL-CIO. So without further ado, let me introduce our panelists. We have today Leticia Marcum, who was born and raised in El Paso, Texas. Letty started with the IBEW Local 583 as a part-time employee and worked her way up to the ranks. In 2016, Leticia ran for business manager, financial secretary, and won as the first female in the local history since 1907. Welcome, Leti. We also have Marlene Patrick Cooper. She is the president of Unite Here Local 23, which represents 20,000 workers, including thousands of airline catering workers in Dallas, Houston, Charlotte, and Washington, D.C. Marlene is originally from Louisiana, where she began her career as a rank and file member of Unite Here Local Union 226 in Las Vegas, where she became a staff organizer. We also have today Cheryl Eliano. She's the District 10 National Vice President of the American Federation of Government Employees, representing more than 40,000 federal workers in Texas, New Mexico, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Panama. Cheryl has served as the president of the AFGE Local 1920 for more than 10 years. And of course, we have Derek Osovey, who is the political and legislative director of the Communication Workers of America. He also worked with the Texas State Employees Union as their legislative director. So we have a wonderful panel of union leaders throughout Texas, and let's begin. We are living very critical moments right now, and since Donald Trump's election, how have corporate interest and those Republicans in public office defending them have chipped away at our labor infrastructure here in Texas? Let's start with Marlene.
Well, this administration, they've appointed a lot of pro-business people to the national leadership of the labor board, and what that does with us as an organization, it's making it harder for workers to organize. And through Trump's anti-immigrant policies, they've emboldened employers to intimidate and to abuse immigrant workers. They've really started rolling back protections that have been fought with blood, sweat, and tears throughout the year. For instance, trying to erase a rule that extends overtime pay, or giving employers relaxed requirements to report workplace injuries. And then they've also, like recently, a ruling that left EEOC to scrap it from company data so we could figure out the pay discrimination that's been going on for years for gender and race. So this administration, it's not an option for any of us to let this go on for 4 more years.
Correct. Thank you, Marlene. Derek, from the Communication Workers of America.
Yes, I echo and the things that Marlene also said. I ditto to that. I think, in terms of the destruction, I think this administration has done is, I think we should take the Trump tax cuts, put that front and center. It was one of the biggest, I think, transitions of wealth from, the working class, lower class workers to the top. This has been a 40-year class war that business and corporate America has waged on the American worker. And we saw within 2 years, just one of the biggest trillion-dollar reorganizations of our economy. And I think if you take this COVID situation and put that front and center, it's another reorganization of money going from the top, going to the top from the bottom, thinking first and foremost about corporate interests versus workers' interests. And that's the struggle that I think the American worker has to deal with in this environment, is that we have to look at, the micro, but also the macro is like how, corporate America is organizing the economy. And the way that they're doing that is ensuring that we don't have enough in order to live. And that's the fight that we have on our hands for the next, I think, 40 years as the labor movement, is who's gonna win this battle over inequality that's happened in our nation, and the shift of massive wealth to the 1% from the working class. And I think that, you know, in this election, what is front and center is not just defeating Trump, but it's the values of this country of like, what happens when a hard, you know, doing hard work for an honest day of pay doesn't actually equal decent wages. It actually equals poor and starvation wages. And that's the fight we're going to be having over the next, I think, 30 to 40 more years in this country, is if working class folks, are they going to have a voice in how this economy is organized and rearranged?
Correct. Thank you for sharing that. So we also have the perspective of the federal workers. Cheryl, would you like to give us some of your thoughts?
Yes, and I can certainly echo what Marlene and Derek said. Where do we begin with the federal workers? For the federal workforce, I will start with the anti-federal worker executive orders that have taken away federal employees' work rights by prohibiting official time, which is the representational time. This administration has been working to silence the voice of federal employees in an effort to discourage union participation and discourage union membership. They are even working to eliminate our right to join the union and pay union dues. When you look at the Department of Education, the Veterans Administration, Social Security, EPA, TSA, the list goes on and on.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl. And then we also have Letty from the IBW and the construction workers, and she brings also a different perspective. Letty?
Yes. And also, by not having a bipartisan vote, it seems like the House and the Senate cannot come to agreements when it comes to passing bills such as infrastructure and other issues which can help create jobs and help our working class. I'm going to use us in the construction industry. You know, safety is a big part for us. OSHA, we're being attacked by our pensions at the moment. Federal Davis-Bacon is very important for us. Apprenticeship, last year we were being attacked with apprenticeship, IRAPs. They're trying to open the floodgates to allow any apprenticeship to be used, and for us not to be competitive with wages. You know, if them opening with IRAPs pretty much are what was said earlier, to lower the wages and not have to pay the correct wage that our skilled workforce worked so hard for.
Yeah. Thank you. So, and you know, right now with the corona virus pandemic, it also has highlighted many inequalities, especially with people of color. When we look at data and see how people of color and minorities are really getting infected with the coronavirus, right? So, within your own unions, how do you see this affecting? How is this highlighting the coronavirus highlighting different inequalities within your unions? We can go with Marlene.
Yeah, so, you know, our industry, it's been extremely hard hit because of the hospitality workers with the front line. We've got many of our people who are out of work. You know, something that is very much highlighted is in these red states, you know, the Southern Bible Belt, if you want to call it, Texas, Louisiana, these lower ones. We were at the bottom spectrum of unemployment, under $250 a week. If it had not been for that $600, our people would not have been able to survive. And then there are others, you know, just looking within our community, because it flows out to a lot of the frontline staff who are working. They are afraid, they are fearful for their health and exposure, but those who are not receiving unemployment, their frontline staff, the ones who do still have to show up to work, we know is disproportionately Black and Latinas, because if they stay home, they literally don't eat. If you're someone who is still employed, you really do want to show up for work, because you're likely to have people in your household who are unemployed right now. Because, you know, there's phrase that's going on around that stay home and save lives. You know, whose lives are we saving? You know, these are the essential workers, the ones who are still now working, for the Black and brown. And, you know, it makes me think, well, what's happening in our society? Whose lives are we putting at risk? It's the Black and it's the brown. So this COVID-19, it really, it's the way to spotlight, as we all have said, this inequality that has been gone on for so many years. It really have put forefront the communities that's been impacted the most. It exposes the communities where the death toll have risen because of the lower wages and our people living in a much closer extended family as a means to share income to survive.
Yeah, for sure. How about you, Derek? How is the Workers of America are dealing with the coronavirus?
You know, I gotta say, I'm really proud of our union in this moment. From our president down to our VP, they rushed to ensure that, we negotiated several deals with our major employers on not only just protecting our workers within our contracts, but also ensuring that, the companies actually provide some kind of enhancement pay for those who still are essential workers and have to work during this crisis, which is quite frankly the majority of our members. Telecommunication workers are deemed essential. Public employees are deemed essential. Although we don't have collective bargaining for our public sector workers in our district, with the exception of Missouri, our leadership worked really hard from top to bottom to really ensure that the employees that we have under contracts, that those employers are being fair to our members, keeping our members' health and safety first and foremost a priority. I think the second piece of that question is that we in CWA said, even though we don't have members, we may not have members in different industries or in targeted industries, we are gonna ensure as many workers who want resources on how to protect themselves, how to hold their employers accountable, we were going to ensure that we gave them the information. And so we set up several hotlines. We did Facebook ads around organizing during COVID. And we got, hundreds of thousands of leads where we knew that the leads weren't going to necessarily lead to us organizing these workers. But our broad movement view is like, we want to ensure that every American worker has the ability to have the information to fight back against their employer when they're trying to put them in danger, when they're not giving them protective gear, when they're saying, you got to come in, in dangerous environments. And it's just something that I just gotta, commend, our president, Chris Shelton, and our VP here in this district, Claude Cummings. They really saw that front and center, not only just for our workers in contracts, but any worker in general who had questions about how to confront their employer during this age of COVID. We were going to make sure we gave them the information and try to help them organize their coworkers, not necessarily to build a union, but to protect them and to protect their family.
Yeah, thank you, Derek. I think that right now, the roles of unions are so important, right? And when we're able to organize, we're able also to defend our members. Cheryl, would you like to share some thoughts?
Yes. Federal workers have had to continue working, with many reporting to work with little to no protective equipment. Our workers still showed up. They have been real champions. I think for us also, we have had to beat back so many attacks against not just our collective bargaining rights, but our pay, retirement, and health care benefits as well. And when you're in a pandemic like this, I think the importance of these benefits really hit home. Not that we didn't understand the importance before now, but when you are facing serious health care issues or the possibility of not being able to report or return for work, it reminds us just how serious this movement is and what we have at stake, and why we must mobilize and collectively fight for workers' rights and fair benefits and compensation.
Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. And the construction sites are really important, of course, in our communities, right? And Letty, can you tell us a little bit your perspective as part of the construction workers?
We've been fortunate enough here in El Paso, Texas, that we have had not a case. Our members, they're understanding that they're in the front line and they're doing the best they can. Us trying to provide them hand sanitizer, the construction sites providing hand washing stations, working their best and trying to be distanced, but sometimes it's impossible because you also have other trades working hand in hand. But we've been fortunate enough here.
Great, thank you, Letty. And I think as y'all were mentioning in the different trades, it's important to recognize that one of the roles of the unions is to educate our members, right? In whether how they defend their rights to make sure that they have the gloves, the mask, that they have a seat on the table. And each union is very different. And I think that's the beauty of our movement also, that we work with each other, we support each other's campaigns at different levels, right? And I want to keep going with how have all these events, right? We have the election of the president, then we've had this pandemic from the coronavirus. What do y'all think has inspired the labor movement here in Texas? I know that there's a lot of really encouraging and hopeful stories from each of the unions. So if you can highlight and share with us some of those, that would be great. We can start with you, Derek.
I would say one of the biggest highlights is, one, what we've seen out of the selection of this president is that it put front and center some issues that, quite frankly, we haven't talked about in a real honest way. And I think one of those things has been like, in terms of working America and working class folks, it's like, what are we owed in terms of like the hard work that we put in for building this country? And we have built up in CWA just I would say a cadre of activists who we've done some deeper development with over the years to really put these issues front and center to talk to other workers about. And it's really steeped in what our values are, not just economics and saying that corporations are essentially stealing from working class folks. It's saying that not only should our economy should be more fair to workers, but we should also find some real like this is a values question in this country. And we have really pushed our members over the years to really put this in front of not only other members about like, if we work hard, we do deserve to ensure that the company pays us fairly and we can live and thrive and take care of our families. Like that shouldn't be a foreign notion. And our members have really took that on, and they've been agitational around that, not only with each other, but with other politicians. And what I would say is my last point is that, I think we are at a time where I think working America has to make a decision about like the values in which we put forth in front of our elected officials and hold them accountable for it. And my hope is that with the defeat of Trump, that the next administration, and I think in Democrats in general, our hope is that we start to lead with those values and really usher in a new kind of way of viewing not only the economy, but how we treat each other. Because I feel in this country, and I think even on work sites when we go, is that this whole kind of how would I say, survival of the fittest in terms of the way our society is run. Like I think it's just a bad value set to continue to promote. And what we're trying to do is do some deeper development, not only with our members, but also just externally about like, that's not the kind of society we want to create. And my hope is that this next administration can echo those values in a real serious way. And we echo those values up and down government.
Right. Yeah, totally agree. It is important that we see each other as workers and what brings us together, and that's what really makes us stronger, rather than if we are a D or an R, right? Cheryl, would you like to share some of those success?
Yes. I think COVID-19 is allowing those who too often have gone forgotten to be acknowledged for doing what they do every day. This pandemic has proven that workers are the backbone of this country. And when you go into the grocery stores, the pharmacies, or when you receive your Social Security checks in the mail, or when you go to the Veterans Administration for care, or you go to sleep at night safely, there's no denying that workers are reporting for duty every day to provide us those luxuries. And in that, there is a sense of pride and dignity in work. I would like to think, or at least hope, will be recognized by workers that we are powerful, and in order to fully utilize that power, we must continue to unite. We must come together, organize, and act, and we do that through the labor movement. We must win in November.
Thank you, Cheryl. Letty, do you have some thoughts?
Yes, it's also brought different people from different backgrounds come together and help towards goals and helping Texans that are struggling during this time, just trying to survive. Help donate to the food banks, either making little care packages, or whether getting some face masks, sanitizers put together in a package. I've seen a lot of coming together here in the city of El Paso and helping each other out and lending each other a helping hand here.
Great, thank you. In the labor movement, we have this saying, right? When someone attacks one, they attack all of us. And I think during this coronavirus pandemic, we've seen that. We've seen so many unions coming together to support the store workers or the postal workers, and that's the beauty of our labor movement. We will be right back after the break.
So first question is.
Well, I've been an elected official for 23 years. I've learned a lot from those experiences on how government should operate and how it shouldn't. When I was on the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, we had a poorly run system that housed inmates but didn't rehabilitate them. And through Ann Richards' leadership, we started to change that. I also learned from losing. I lost, the only race I ever lost was for county judge. And what I learned in that election was this, is that you can have as much money as you need, but if you don't have a grassroots campaign focusing just on going to see people and asking them to vote, it doesn't mean anything. The problem that we had always had with our Texas Democratic Party was that we had not reached out to communities of color the way we needed to reach out. Almost half the population of the state of Texas is Hispanic, yet the turnout in the Hispanic community was minuscule. And the people that were most affected when we lost elections were Latinos. All these policies of the Republican Party that were causing all these things to happen were happening because Republicans were getting elected, and that was happening because the biggest segment of the Democratic Party wasn't voting. We were not making decisions from the ground up. We were making decisions from the top down. When we started working to reorganize the party, we started focusing on that. And also, one of the things that we also believed was that the party needed to be proactive everywhere, as opposed to focusing only on Democratic strongholds. We also kind of threw out the theory that had been pervasive in our party for too many years, that all these Democrats that we lost that became Republicans, we could bring them back. People who are now Republicans were Republicans because they wanted to be Republicans. What we needed to do is reach out to all those Democrats out there that felt that they had been ignored, that they were not getting attention and the loving that they needed to come back and start working and being organized in the party. We went out to all parts of the state and did training and organizing and helping build county parties, and that, I think, helped probably more than anything else, because nobody had paid attention to them. Nobody had given them the resource to become stronger as a local organization. The party is not the people that are in these Democratic Party headquarters. The party is the people that are out there who are working in all their communities across the state of Texas to get Democrats to go out and vote, to get Democrats elected.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Hi, my name is Monica, daughter of an IAM union worker, lifelong feminist, and a sustaining member of the Texas Democratic Party. Growing up in the north side of Fort Worth, I saw firsthand what happens when communities of color don't have access to high-paying jobs, affordable housing, education, and healthcare. It's because of this experience that I've spent almost 25 years as a community activist, fighting for reproductive justice, hunger awareness, healthcare access, and immigrant rights. And it is the main reason why I'm a Texas Democrat. Texas is a battleground state with 38 electoral votes on the line, and people like Donald Trump cannot win the White House without Texas. But the Texas Democratic Party has a plan to fight that, and to also take back Austin and push for policies that are beneficial for all Texans. So why don't you please join me and contribute to the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333. Remember, y'all means all.
We're back. And Marlene, please share with us your thoughts.
Yeah, so in our union, we do a lot of focusing on developing our rank and file leaders to run our union. And it's in adversity, a time like now where we've always found that leaders rise up. Whether it's been a hurricane, whether it's been anti-immigrant laws, whether it's been disenfranchising voters, or now COVID-19. Our leaders have become tougher. They've become more focused and battle tested. For instance, just recently in Houston, we initiated a fight for the living wage for concession workers right after the hurricane. And we just now finished it in the middle of COVID-19. So what this tells me is that we're doing, all of us collectively are doing the right thing because we have hope even in the midst of this. We all have a lot of different campaigns that we're doing in our new normal, doing it digitally, doing it virtually, doing car caravans campaign. Because one thing we have to be very much integrating ourselves into the mix of is when the industry starts reopening, and that we're forcing the companies to follow these health and sanitation guidelines. And as a result of it, a lot of our leaders have been volunteering to the point of reaching out to other members and within their communities. Because as our Secretary Treasurer of 23, who resides in Texas, as I said earlier, he always tells me that we will get through this, and this too shall pass. And when we get to the other side, everybody is going to be looking and watching to see who was standing front and center with the workers, with the community, because our members are within the community. They're going to be looking. I mean, we've got examples of some of the industries that shut down. If the members have been reaching out to the employer, they are on their own. I mean, we're the only one who are providing outreach, resources, walking them through unemployment benefits. So this to us is like, it is a depression, because what we've learned is that the last time the labor movement had the biggest rise was during the Great Depression. And that's what we're in right now. And people want to do something. All of these different ways we've been organizing, some folks say, well, we have to look at it as a different opportunity, look at it what it is. And I always flip it, and I tell them, no, we got to look at it for what I feel it truly is. For us within the labor movement, this time is a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, thank you, Marlene. What doesn't break us make us stronger, right?
Absolutely.
I feel that this is the time where we're being really tested, but again, we're trying different tactics, different strategies, and for sure, this is gonna make us much more stronger. So let's get back to our stories, right? Our stories as the labor movement, we're so different, but it's so important. One of the lessons that I have learned is that the power of our stories and why that is so important to share with one another. So I wanted to ask Derek, how did you start in the labor movement, and what has motivated you to keep organizing?
I think I started my organizing career almost 15 years ago. And I was doing political organizing before that, but then I was given the opportunity to organize public workers in Texas, and quite frankly, it changed my life and my worldview. And I think my commitment to this movement is around ensuring that hopefully by the time I have passed, that every worker in this country has an ability to have some power on the job, and their ability to negotiate and struggle with their employer around what's fair, and be able to provide for their family. And so things that sustain me, I think, throughout my career has been the job isn't done yet. Not every worker has the privilege that I have, and has the privilege of being able to be a part of a union. And so my hope, and again, by the end of this, I can say that I helped bring in thousands of members into a union and having the ability to fight and ensure that they get the livelihood that they deserve.
Great, thank you, Derek. Cheryl, how about you?
I got involved with the union back in 1992. I was working at the hospital here at Darnell at Fort Hood. Not too long ago, had arrived at Fort Hood. I really was never a part of a union. I know my dad was a part of the union, but in all my jobs that I've always had, it seemed like I was always one to speak up for, for the underdog. If something was happening, I was always the one to voice it. So while I was working at Darnell, I was approached by a young lady, or older lady rather, and she asked me, was I part of the union? And I told her, I said, no, I really, don't really need the union. But then she educated me on what the union was all about. And I joined, and then she convinced me also to run for office as Secretary Treasurer. And I did that. And of course, the rest is history. But I love what I do. And when I got involved with the union, I always remembered the saying that Dr. King said, when he said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Now, I realize that we can't remain silent. We have to speak up, especially for those that cannot speak. And so it gives me great gratification when we can help those that can't. And even those that can, but needs a little help. So I love what I do. I love this movement, and I like how with this pandemic going on, I like the fact that we're coming more together as unions, and that's great, versus us being in our silos. We must come together. So I like that.
Great. Thank you, Cheryl. Letty, how about you? What keeps you motivated, and how did you start in the labor movement?
So I ran for business manager in 2016, but I've been with the IBEW since 2007. I was hired as a part-time worker. Being able to help people, that's motivated and inspired me, for a better quality life. I'm a single parent. I have one daughter. Just by having health insurance, better wages, retirement benefits, and that's what motivated me, and I want to continue as long as the membership has me here. I want to continue helping them to achieve an American dream, a better quality of life.
Great, thank you. Marlene, how about you?
Well, I've been involved with our union for, I'm not telling my age, 30 plus years. And I tell folks, I got involved from birth. It's in my DNA. My dad was operating engineer. He worked for this union in the salt mines in Louisiana. And I remember clearly when, I was in elementary school that they went on strike. And we were very much involved in it. And it was the community, it was the workers, it was the church, similar things that made up the civil rights movement at the time. So I was telling them, out of 5 siblings, I am the one who chose this path. As you said earlier, I started with our union in Las Vegas, working my first union job per se in the casinos in Las Vegas. And I have family who migrated from Louisiana going to Vegas in the late 50s, because at that time from the South, that migration, the females were working in the casinos and the men, they did the labor work building Hoover Dam. So I had family in Las Vegas, and I landed there after leaving LSU, and I was going to grad school. And one of the things my aunt just said, look, if you're going to get a job, definitely what has to happen. You're working at a union casino, you go to the union hall, you sign up, you pay your membership, you go to orientation. That was don't even think of working any place else, because that's that household. That's what that was built upon. And I very much appreciated it, like I said, because that's what it was, when I, from youth. But what motivates me, at the end of the day, I feel good knowing that we have been able to convey to someone who felt that they did not have anything to contribute to part of the change that we always say we want to make. And if I, just any leader the day before, able to make another step toward being a powerful force and demanding the respect that we know that is what's laid upon within these collective bargaining agreements that we negotiate with the company. That's what makes me feel good. Even with this role as an officer, I go back to that because as officers, our leaders of the union, our members are the leaders of the union. We just follow them. We're walking through navigation of it because that's where it's at. That's what really matters.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to ask Letty. Letty, the world of union brotherhoods, what has the AFL-CIO done and your union done to recruit more women in the trades?
Well, I have seen some doors opening. I'm going to use myself as an example. Very appreciative of our membership for giving me the opportunity, for believing in my confidence that I can represent them as a business manager, as a first female. We're in a dominant, especially in the construction industry, it's hard to break the culture when it's dominated by men. And when they see a woman, they right away have the reservations. And but at the end of the day, it's representing the membership and making sure working with the membership and keeping up with their CBA and making sure that they continue getting better wages, better benefits. I feel like I'm doing my job, and I will continue doing my job as long as they keep having me here.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you all so much for being part of this panel. As you can see, we have a wealth of knowledge and stories, and also each different union is organizing in very different ways, right? Especially in these hard times. Texas has been working harder, but they aren't being paid what they're worth. Income inequality has been on the rise. Republicans are neglecting workers in a changing economy, ignoring our crumbling infrastructure and starving our schools. Texas Democrats believe we can deliver solutions and make investments that build in an economy for every Texan. From the community suffering from the urban blight to fast-growing suburban neighbors to rural communities that have been neglected for decades. We believe that everyone must have a fair shot in Texas. And with that, I ask each and every one of you if you can share with us a word of how you feel in this time of moment. So, Derek?
I'm optimistic. Although it's been challenging for the last 4 years under this administration, I think we have seen such an uprising from, several different communities and different constituency groups, and labor has really staked their position in saying that we want to reclaim this country and have a real voice, and how this economy is gonna run for workers, and so I'm very optimistic. I'm just really proud of our movement, and I can't wait to do more work with each and every one of you. And so I thank you.
Thank you. Letty?
I think somebody said it earlier, we need to educate our members. We need to go out there and vote. With this administration, I mean, I don't know how much worse it can get. And here in the state of Texas, starting with a Texas AFL-CIO, I mean, you guys are doing a great job. And we seen it last year of flipping seats. We can continue seeing flipping more seats, and I really see a change here.
Thank you, Letty.
Cheryl?
Yes. In spite of all our challenges, I am inspired and I am motivated, and I'm ready to go. So I thank you, Texas AFL-CIO, for all the work that you guys do. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Marlene?
I feel very hopeful throughout this time. I'm hopeful because I see an uprising. I think I had shared with Rick a while ago an organizing movie that everyone should watch. It's the original Planet of the Apes, and look at Caesar. Caesar was an organizer. He was given unbearable conditions in a time like this, and Caesar rose. He rose and he got others to rise with him. And I'm saying that I'm hopeful because there have been many workers in non-union, hotels, food service. Many of them are reaching out to us now because we're the voice out there. They see something happening and coming through here, and they want to be. Folks want to be on the winning side. And they want to be on the right side of right too. So I mean, what I've heard all of us are doing, we're all on the right side of right, and the people are looking and the people are watching. So and this too shall pass, as Willie says. And when we get through this, we will be able to really look back and realize, like, wow, we did that during this time. What a time it was that we were able to really band together and really make a difference.
Well, thank you all so very much for being part of the panel. And yeah, let's get to vote in November. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have our panel on registertexas.com featuring Luke Warford, our voter expansion director, and Wendy Davis, our Democratic nominee in Texas's 21st congressional district.
Hey, Texas Democrats, this is Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give whatever you can. Your time, your voice, your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
God, you make me choke up when I have to say stuff. Manny Garcia, Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. I started this work as an academic in education policy at the University of Texas at Austin. I say I've come from an academic to a policy person to a political hack. And then in my time in policy, knowing that the decisions that you make, the things that we do here are going to affect everybody. They're going to affect the entire state. They're going to affect the entire country. They're going to make a big difference. Because of that responsibility, you have to bring your best work. You have to be willing to put it all on the line, and you have to be willing to reflect and understand what you did right, what you did wrong, how you can improve. And in order to win, sometimes you need to break some things and construct new things, which I hope helps set a vision for this party and a culture within the Texas Democratic Party that helps folks flourish and helps folks know that if they have great ideas, if they're willing to work hard, their idea is going to become something, and it's going to make a difference, and it's going to get us that much closer to winning. The Texas Democratic Party is now approaching 70 staff. I'm sure we will clip 70 staff in a couple days. The folks that work with us are some of the brightest folks in the industry, and they're building something new here. And it's because of that talent that we are able to engage our partners who are in this fight with us and show them that the Texas Democratic Party is worthy of investment. Years ago, it was hard to get a national committee on the phone and talk to Texas. And now the national committees are calling us every day. And they're talking to us about what are we thinking, what's the next program, how are we going to make a difference. They've really worked with us to build this state party in partnership together. So I grew up in the Rio Grande Valley. I was lucky to have a paved road on my house. My friends and some of my family, I mean, they were growing up in colonias. You saw the dropout rate right in front of your eyes in high school. You see the consequences of a government that doesn't support its people, that doesn't invest in people. And so when I went to UT Austin to become a Longhorn and learn, I originally was an aerospace engineering major. I ended up finding a group of Latino professors who specialize in education policy and government. I found my place there. I ended up switching majors to government and Mexican American studies, and I ended up double majoring there. When I finished my bachelor's, I had a meeting with one of my professors, and they suggested that I join the Mexican American Studies master's program, which was the first time they were ever had a master's program, and I was the first person to graduate with a Mexican American Studies master's degree in the state of Texas. And one of my professors, Angela Valenzuela, asked me to think about, how I got to UT. What were the policy structures that helped me get to UT? I thought about a club that I had started in high school. There was a teacher that was there and caring and supporting. And there was a school that was willing to host these kinds of extracurricular activities. And I started to think about social capital and resources and all the things that are necessary for that environment to happen. And I came up with a bill to provide resources for grants for student clubs and for dropout prevention. It went on the easy track and got all the way through. And it's the easiest thing I've ever passed and ever worked on. But in 2010, when Rick Perry pushed budget cuts, that program got cut. I think that pushed me even further into wanting to make change and wanting to fight hard. I came to become the communications director for the Texas Democratic Party. And we have a team together that gives voice to what is going on to people on the ground and make sure that people can hear that and can see that there is hope and there's change around the corner if we just fight harder.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Hi y'all, Julianne Nitch here. We can turn Texas blue, but we need your help. Join us today and give your time, your voice, and your support. Text votes to 21333 and enjoy your convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel on registertexas.com featuring Luke Warford, our voter expansion director, and Wendy Davis, our Democratic nominee in Texas's 21st congressional district.
Hey everyone, my name is Luke Warford. I'm the Director of Voter Expansion at the Texas Democratic Party. Thanks for dialing in today, where we're going to be talking about voter registration, registertexas.com, and Texas's 21st Congressional District. With me today is Wendy Davis, who many of you know. Wendy is a champion of progressive politics in the state of Texas. She was the Texas State Senator in District 10, the 2014 Democratic gubernatorial nominee, and is the founder of Deeds Not Words, a nonprofit that empowers young women to participate in political discourse. Wendy led not one, but two important filibusters in her time as a state senator, fighting against cuts to public school funding and fighting for women's reproductive rights, a filibuster which gained the attention of women's rights advocates around the country. We're so lucky to have Wendy as a member of the Democratic Party here in Texas. She is a tireless advocate for progressive causes, including access to healthcare, fair lending practices, wage increases, clean air standards, voting rights, fair redistricting, and economic equality, just to name a few. Wendy lives in Austin near her two granddaughters, and as I said, she's the nominee for Texas's 21st Congressional District. Wendy, thanks so much for being here today.
Thanks for having me, Luke. Thanks for all the hard work you're doing.
Of course. So just to get started, could you tell us a little bit about how things are going in Texas 21 and give us an update on the status of the race?
Absolutely. I'm really excited about the opportunity to flip this seat and make sure that we help hold the U.S. House majority. Texas Congressional District 21 is currently held by someone named Chip Roy. He is Ted Cruz's former chief of staff, and he won this seat in 2018 with only 50.2% of the vote. I'm really grateful that the DCCC has made this district one of its priority focuses. I am one of 13 candidates around the country to make the DCCC's red to blue list. And the exciting thing is that we actually have 3 Texans on that list right now. Myself, Gina Ortiz-Jones, and Sheree Kulkarni running in Texas Congressional District 22 in Fort Bend County. So we're super excited to have that partnership and to have the enthusiasm at the national level for what we know we can achieve here in Texas. I'm really hopeful and optimistic about our ability to flip the seat. In the primary that we had in March, this district had the by far largest turnout of any of Democratic primary voters. In fact, we had about 20,000 more Democratic primary voters in this congressional district than the next closest turnout of Democratic primary voters in any other congressional district. We take that as a really good sign. And every day, Chip Roy gives us a reason to continue running hard against him. He's exactly the kind of candidate you want to run against, and certainly the kind of person I'm looking forward to replacing.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think that's super exciting. The amount of turnout we saw in the primary. How have things changed with the coronavirus and all of the campaign efforts that y'all are working on? And in particular, how has your approach to voter registration changed?
You know, in a way, it just kind of crystallizes everything we've been fighting for, right? I mean, it's all focused in on this moment and the economic and health hardships that people are facing across the state. But it highlights these deeper problems that we've all been engaged in fighting in for however many years we've been part of these efforts in our state, as the state with the highest percentage of uninsured people, which includes the highest percentage of uninsured women and highest percentage of uninsured children. We now, of course, are exponentially growing in that number of uninsured. And we also, of course, have long been fighting in progressive politics for making sure that people are not a paycheck away from being homeless or from losing their car or from not being able to feed their families. And that's really what's been put in such stark relief as a consequence of this virus, that thousands and thousands and thousands of Texans are exactly in that spot. And we're seeing it in those huge lineup of cars in San Antonio and Austin and elsewhere of people who are waiting in line for food for their families. We understand that because we don't have paid sick leave, because we don't have the kind of livable wages that people can actually put a little bit of money into a savings account. People are literally a paycheck away, and now already that paycheck away from really living in dire circumstances. And it reinforces for me the importance of these fights, the importance of what every single person who's either running for office or helping a candidate run for office is fighting to achieve. Now, here we are in a landscape where we can't campaign in the way that we normally would. But, you know, I guess the good news about that is it's an even playing field, right? It's not that we're not getting the campaign on the ground, but our opponents are. And what that means is that it's up to us to take advantage of the digital resources and tools that people like you, Luke, have been building and working to put in place so that we can continue to keep people excited, we can continue to register people to vote, and we can turn them out.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you seeing continued excitement from folks and continued engagement in Texas 21?
We are. I'm really proud to say that we've had over 1,000 people sign up to volunteer on the campaign. We have people all over the district who have been sending out postcards for the campaign, making sure that others are aware that handwritten touch that really makes a difference when someone gets it in the mail. And I'm so grateful to every volunteer who's been working on that. Our volunteers also were responsible for putting together a really incredible resource guide for people who may be facing financial or health hardships as a consequence of COVID. And it's broken out by county with resources in every county for people to be able to tap into. And we are excited about taking that volunteer energy and moving it into the general election in the fall, knowing that we've got so many people who are anxious to be making those calls to get people registered to vote. And to take advantage of all that great hard work that's been done, identifying our Democratic-leaning unregistered voters, but also the people who volunteered in the primary to make sure that our seniors already had vote-by-mail applications completed and who will automatically now be getting their vote-by-mail ballot in the general election as well. They've helped us check off a big chunk of work already. And we're going to keep pursuing those voters too, of course.
So, Wendy, can you talk a little bit about voter registration in particular and how folks are looking to register to vote during this time?
Absolutely. So if I can kind of draw a circle around my district really quick to highlight the importance of this, I am running in the fastest growing congressional district in the state. And every one of our congressional districts that are competitive are fast growing. There's no question about it. And what that means is that our responsibility is to find those voters, register them to vote, and turn them out. And if we can do that, we will win not just 2 or 3 of these seats. I truly believe that we have the opportunity to flip 5 or 6, maybe even 7 congressional seats in Texas this fall. And I know you've got a great program going right now, Luke, that maybe you can tell us a little bit more about. I think it's called registertexas.com.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, thanks so much. And that's great. So registertexas.com is a super simple web portal that can help folks register to vote safely from their own homes. So essentially, so Texas is one of the few states in the country that doesn't have online voter registration. And so if there wasn't a pandemic happening, we would be doing a lot of our registration activities in person. But as you were talking about, there's still so much excitement around the election. There's so much excitement for people to get registered and to ultimately go vote in November. And so people were reaching out to the party right on a regular basis saying, hey, I want to register to vote, but I don't know how with the pandemic. And so what we did is we launched registertexas.com just to meet that need. And the way that it works, it's actually super simple. So you go online to registertexas.com, you take about a minute to fill out a simple web form that you put in all your information. And then you sort of sit back and wait for to get a package in the mail from us. And what that has is we print out a voter registration application that has all your information filled out, because we know that a lot of folks don't have printers. For example, my printer's at the office and I'm working from home, so I don't have one right now. It's hard to print out a form myself. And so we mail that form to the voter, and all the voter has to do is sign it and put it in an envelope and send it in. And we also, because obviously there's a pandemic going on and a lot of folks don't have access to envelopes or stamps, we include a postage paid pre-addressed envelope. So all the voter has to do is sign, put it in the envelope and mail it in. And it makes it super easy for the voter, and it's all taken care of. And we launched the program in May, and in late April. We launched the program in late April, and we've seen a tremendous amount of excitement and use already, and are excited to see candidates and county parties across the state continue to help get the word out about it.
I'm so grateful to you guys at the Texas Democratic Party for your efforts on that. I know it's going to make life much easier for our volunteers that really want to be useful in these campaigns and are looking for ways that they can effectively help turn these seats. That's going to be a great resource for them. And I also want to take the opportunity to say thank you to everyone who's donated to the Texas Democratic Party with your financial resources, because this is the kind of thing that your investments are helping to make possible. Having that pre-stamped envelope to send back in doesn't come without a cost, and it's such an important part of making sure that people have the easiest opportunity available to them to get registered to vote. So thanks for all the great work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we believe, and I think, the party and our candidates across Texas believe that people shouldn't have to choose between their safety and exercising their constitutional right to vote. It should be safe. It should be easy. And that's why we launched registertexas.com. And it's been so great to hear about the support from candidates like yourself and campaigns across the state, and just hear some of the ways that people are thinking about using it and how they might get the word out about it. So now that we've talked about registertexas.com a little bit, Wendy, can you just talk about a little how you might envision using this on your campaign, or using it to help register voters in Texas 21?
Absolutely, Luke. So of course, most of the people who are watching right now are registered to vote. So it's not going to be something that they'll put to personal good use. However, I would imagine that everyone who's watching knows people who aren't registered to vote, or you're probably one of those awesome volunteers and good Democrats who ask people when you meet them if they're registered to vote. Maybe it's your person at the hair salon, if you were able to go back to the hair salon at this point, or a person that you know at your postal office or whatever, or maybe it's a family member. We all know people who aren't registered to vote, and this is an easy way for us to use our own networks of people to ask the question and direct them to a really easy way that they can make sure that they do get registered, and we add them to our voter roll, and of course we win these seats, and the rest is history.
Awesome, thank you so much. Wendy, looking ahead to November, can you just talk about why you think this election is so important, and why, especially to folks who maybe are on the fence about registering or are on the fence about voting, why it's so important to go out and get registered and then to ultimately vote in November?
Sure. I know, a lot of people feel like what happens in Washington, D.C., and even what happens at the state level isn't something that has a direct impact on their life. This is one of the challenges I felt I wanted to face and take on when starting my nonprofit, Deeds Not Words, helping young people to understand that if we want to make change, the place that we do it is actually in policy change. And that means getting involved in electoral outcomes, because if we don't have good policymakers, we're never going to see the policy changes that we want to see. And certainly the crisis that we're going through in our state, in this country, and around the world right now highlights why we have to have good leaders. I think all of us knew, even pre-COVID, that this was the most important election of our lifetimes. And I know we say that every time there's an election, but we all know, no one needs to convince us, this truly is the most important election of our lifetimes, not just because of the makeup of the Supreme Court and the appointments to every other level of courts that we have, and the way the Mitch McConnell Senate has driven those appointments through one after another, taking out one of the three legs of our balanced stool of governance to make sure that people have fair democratic representation and are heard at every level, legislative, judicial, and executive. But it's also because we've seen attacks on our healthcare, even now in the midst of fighting COVID, the fact that we continue to see efforts to strip away the Affordable Care Act that is covering millions and millions of people across this country ought to be enough for us to decide that it matters enough for us to participate. And there's so many other examples, of course, that we see on a daily basis here in Texas. The fact that our governor and our attorney general use the COVID crisis as a way to take women's reproductive rights away from them, and the fact that they continue to create a partisan divide on an issue that really is one of humanity, one that impacts us all, that's not political. It's about keeping each other safe and doing our part to be safe and strong so our economy can regain its footing and we can all live the wonderful lives that we deserve to live. There's so many things worth fighting for right now, and we can't fight for them if we don't have good people in office to be our voices, and people who have lived experiences that know why it matters that we fight, that have lived in the shoes of people who are facing the challenges that so many people in our state and in our country are facing right now. I'm proud of the fact that I have those shared challenges in my history, and they have always formed the fight that I have in my gut for people. And I would just say to people, please don't disengage. Please understand the value of your voices, and let's show what it looks like when we elect a Democratic majority in the House, the Senate, and at the presidency, and demonstrate what we will do with that power, that we will take care of people and we will reverse so much of the harm that has happened in this country over the course of the last few years.
How did your experience with Stand With Texas Women bring you to the moment you're in now? And how did that experience inform the decisions you continue to make today?
That's such a great question, Luke. Stand With Texas Women is the moniker that we gave to our fight for reproductive rights in Texas back in 2013. It seems like a lifetime ago, and in many ways it was, but here we are in 2020 fighting the exact same battles all over again. And the importance that I drew from that effort doesn't have anything to do with what I did on that day. It was the fact that it was a collective effort, that people became engaged in ways that I personally had not seen happen in Texas before. Folks who got up, ate their cold cereal, had no intention of going to the Capitol that day, and the next thing they knew, they were there. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people who showed up, who never in a million years believed that showing up was going to actually make the difference to get that filibuster past the midnight deadline. But of course, ultimately, it was such a beautiful demonstration of what it means, not just figuratively to be present in a fight, but quite literally, because it was the voices of people crying out for a just outcome that literally stopped the Secretary of the Senate from taking that vote in time. I can't think of a better narrative symbolically and literally to share with people about why showing up matters so very much. We can make a difference. And when we show up, we do make a difference. Even if we're feeling outnumbered, even if we're feeling that our one voice can't really change things, if each of us will just own our responsibility for that and encourage another person and another person and another person to own that responsibility, before you know it, we are a movement that literally knows no end. And that's what I believe has been happening in Texas ever since. I'm really proud of our race for governor. I'm sorry it didn't turn out better than it did, but I don't for a moment regret that I ran. I'm so grateful for every person who volunteered and worked hard to bring that across the finish line. I am so grateful for all of the candidates that came after that, the people that stepped up and ran for state house and state senate and Congress, and Beto's U.S. Senate race, all the way down those other fabulous races that we had on the ticket in 2018. Every one of those individuals bringing their energy, their power, their charisma, their fundraising, their volunteer organizing, their turnout, that's what's ultimately going to turn Texas blue. And every one of these races that we give that effort to is a step to getting us there. So what I draw upon all the time, if I'm feeling like the hill is too steep, the rock too heavy to push up the hill, I just go back to that day and I remember what we're capable of doing together. And I know we're going to do some pretty extraordinary things in this 2020 election.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. And I remember following along, and that day really just feeling like a turning point in the trajectory of Texas politics. And I think it has been. Wendy, can you tell us a little bit more about the state of the race in Texas 21 and what you're excited about?
I am super excited about the opportunity to flip this seat. Texas Congressional District 21 is the fastest growing congressional district in the state. And it includes some of the most beautiful pieces of the state, from Austin going down the 35 corridor through Hays County and Comal County into San Antonio and out west into the beautiful Texas Hill Country. It's made up of kind of a microcosm of Texas, people in the rural pieces of the district and those in the urban and suburban ones. And collectively, so many of the people that live here want to see change. And that's what we're poised to take advantage of. And we know we're going to do the hard work that helps to make that happen.
We're so excited. Thanks.
Okay, Luke, I want to ask you a question now. How can volunteers help to make sure that we achieve our goals for 2020? What can they do to help get folks registered to vote?
So I think there's two things. Thanks so much, Wendy. The first is that I'd love everyone here to go to txdem.co/all-in to support Texas Democrats' voter registration efforts. Because as we were talking about before, every application we send, all of our voter registration activities cost money. And so even if you can donate $1 or a few dollars, that goes a long way in getting folks across the state registered. The second thing is to text VOTES, VOTES, to 21333 to get your voter registration, registertexas.com action pack. And that's got a bunch of information in there about helping us get the word out about registertexas.com, because we want people everywhere across the state. We want every Texan to know that registertexas.com is a safe and easy way for them to get registered to vote for this 2020 election.
Let me make sure I have that right. I text VOTES to 21333.
Absolutely.
Got it.
Thanks so much, Wendy. Really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us today. This has been so fun, and really thank you so much for all of the work that you're doing in Texas 21.
Thank you, Luke, and thank you everyone for all the work that you're doing to create a bluer and soon to be blue Texas.
I'm Bruce Elfant, Travis County Tax Assessor and Voter Registrar. I'm proud to be a member of a party that supports voting rights measures like online voter registration and no excuses vote by mail. Most Americans already have these rights, but not Texans. Our democracy's strongest when more citizens are able to vote. You can help make it easier for Texans to register and vote by texting VOTES to 21333. and have a great convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel on the fight to protect and expand the vote in 2020.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Hey, it's Rose, your voter protection director. We can win big in Texas this year, but we're gonna need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up, join our movement, and give what you can. Your time, your voice, your support. Get started now by texting VOTES, VOTES, to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel on the fight to protect and expand the vote in 2020.
As you're hearing over and over again this week, Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. And the Texas Democratic Party has begun building the most comprehensive voter protection program in Texas's history. The Texas Democratic Party has partnered with Stacey Abrams and her organization, Fair Fight. We've hired a new voter protection team, recruited and trained voter protection volunteers across the state, and developed our poll monitoring program, and launched a year-long voter protection hotline to ensure access to the ballot box is expanded, all to help us turn Texas blue up and down the ballot. And it's only June. We've got a lot to go. So protecting the right to vote is our responsibility. We should be making it more convenient for eligible Texans to cast their ballot. We're living through a pivotal moment in history, and in order to shape the political future of our state, every eligible voter must be able to cast a ballot that counts. We're going to be discussing the future of voting rights in Texas, as well as what's at stake in 2020. I want to welcome our panelists. First, we have Chad Dunn, the Texas Democratic Party's longtime general counsel and a civil rights lawyer. He was one of the lead attorneys who successfully challenged Texas's strict voter ID law, its recent efforts to purge citizen voters, and its 2011 statewide redistricting plans. His law firm, Brazil & Dunn, LLP, represents businesses, individuals, and government agencies in litigation and in trial matters. Then we have Jose Garza, a voting rights attorney based out of San Antonio. He spent a decade at MALDEF fighting key voting rights battles before going into solo practice. He has argued many key cases. Notably, he also argued Texas's redistricting case before the United States Supreme Court in 2012. And last but certainly not least, we have Gary Bledsoe, the president of the Texas NAACP. He's held that position since 1991, and he is a lawyer in Austin that specializes in public interest law, employment, and civil rights law, and has a longstanding relationship with the NAACP as a member of its national board since 2003. He's currently the chair of the National Criminal Justice Committee of the organization as well. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us. All right, let's start off with a topic that's top of mind for many folks, the COVID-19 pandemic. All of our institutions have had to adapt, and some are doing better than others. How are Texas's election systems adapting, or not, as the case might be?
Let me just say that I don't think Texas has ever done very well at expanding the access to the ballot to voters, especially for voters of color. And I think that the situations that are happening now are consistent with that history. The failure of the governor's office and of the attorney general's office to think of innovative ways or any way to make the ballot accessible is troubling. So I don't think they're doing a very good job now of opening up access to the ballot.
Thank you. Gary, do you want to add anything?
Well, I think that just the opposite is truly happening. I think there is a concerted effort to restrict ballot access. I think we look at a couple of things. I know we looked at the last round of redistricting. We could see where 49.3% of the adult population in Texas was African American and Latino combined. And even when you look at the citizenship numbers, they were 39.3. When you add the Asian numbers and other numbers, the Anglo population was in the low 40s, low to mid 40s, and that number is obviously split with many, for example, who are different philosophically from the others. So there's been a real fear in reference to minority votes. So there's been a clear, unabated, continuous effort by people who seek to restrict minority voters and putting forth legislations, rules, policies, and demagoguing issues in the public domain, even threatening prosecution against honest minority voters who want to file a reasonable impediment affidavit to explain why they didn't have a proper voter ID. If we look at the testimony that we saw in the redistricting litigation, and if we look at the testimony that we saw in the voter ID litigation, we can see where even Todd Smith, the Republican, kind of gave evidence or gave testimony that really supported our theory. And really, the Texas has moved to the right. It's become extremely conservative and repressive. And there were two reasons that motivated that. And I'll be finished with this answer. One was the election of President Obama in 2008 has been such a boon, a shot in the arm to the extreme movement. And the second thing was a perception in reference to the problems with illegal immigration. And those things have fueled a movement that have really taken our state to the far right, and even met such an incredible change in the Republican Party.
Chad, what would you add to that?
Well, I agree with Gary and Jose, of course. You can't deny Texas's undeniable history of vote suppression, and it's a policy that has infected both of the major political parties at times. Indeed, it was the Democratic Party, and unfortunately in the 30s and 40s behind the all-white primary system that fortunately the U.S. Supreme Court struck down. But the modern Democratic Party today is built on a commitment to democracy. And one of the things that we've seen in these recent elections, the presidential election in 2016, is that there are two reactions to losing an election, as Republicans did, at least with respect to the popular vote. One of those is to retool your ideas and your plans to garner further support so you can gain a majority the next go around. The other solution, unfortunately, is to figure out a way to suppress democracy in such a way so that your unpopular ideas can continue to win elections. In 2018, when Democrats here in Texas nearly lost their seats in competitive elections, they too have doubled down on the solution of suppressing the vote and anti-democracy. Fortunately, our constitutions, both our state and our federal constitution, protect the right to vote. We are fortunate also to have such an incredible voting rights bar in our state, including Mr. Bledsoe and Mr. Garza, who are available to fight these battles as they have so often had to do. So I'm hopeful. There's no question. There's plenty to get down about, not just in public health, but also in democracy. But at the end of the day, I'm hopeful that people will come together in support of their democracy, as will the courts and the judiciary.
Thank you. So let's delve into that a little bit more. Chad, I know that you have been hard at work fighting against a lot of these efforts in the courtroom. Can you talk to us a little bit about what's at stake in some of the Texas Democrats' current litigation?
Well, Texas, really going back about in the recent history, the last 15 years, every legislative session, it seems like the legislature comes up with new restrictive ways to regulate elections. Now, fortunately, we're seeing progressive leadership now in various urban cities and counties around the state where Democrats have been elected and are in charge of the election. But that old idea of anti-democracy still plays in Austin. And statewide elected leaders are still hard at work trying to make it harder for certain people to vote. Now, one of the things this pandemic has presented is what types of voting systems and what types of procedures are necessary as people social distance to avoid the spread of the coronavirus. One of the things the Democratic Party recognized early on is that much like we have to reduce the demand for hospital beds and reduce the demand for ventilators, we have to learn how to reduce the demand or the curve on in-person voting in order to give the spacing that we need between voters and election workers, in order to have the right amount of clean electronic equipment for them to vote on, ballots, marking devices, and the like. We've got to reduce the amount of demand on that. So there are ways to do that. One of those the party pursued early on is vote by mail. Most states, I think all but 17, allow people to vote at home without excuse. Texas, unfortunately, has a restricted vote by mail scheme where people over the age of 65 can vote without an excuse. And generally, people under the age of 65 need to fit in one of several categories. But one of the things we've done is gone to court to ask them to clarify that the disability exception that could be utilized by people under the age of 65 to receive a mail ballot includes a physical condition that has the potential or likelihood to harm the voter if they vote in person. That's the statutory definition. We've asked the courts to say that that covers people who are concerned about spreading or becoming affected with the coronavirus. But there are also other restrictions in the law that the various parties, including the Democratic Party, are litigating in court that have to do with how vote by mail is handled, how polling locations are operated, the location of polling locations, and also various means in which election administrators can administer what we call mobile polling locations. Also, straight ticket voting is an issue the courts are considering for this cycle. So ultimately, we expect that the federal courts and state courts will look closely at these questions of what exactly does our commitment to democracy include in terms of the rules of the road for voting.
Thank you. Jose or Gary, do you have anything to add about the current state of litigation in Texas and all of the different voting rights court battles we're waging?
I'll let Jose go first.
Well, thank you, Gary. So I think there's a number of other lawsuits or a couple of other lawsuits that I think are important in the scheme of whether we're going to move to more open and accessible elections or continue in this frame of restricting people from voting. One of them is a challenge to the straight party ticket voting that's going on now. I'm not sure what the status of that case is, but I think that was an important piece of legislation that thwarts the ability of having, we have extremely long ballots, and this is one way that people use to identify the candidates that they want to vote for, is to vote a straight party ticket. And I'm not really sure that there's an advantage for Democrats or Republicans. It's just something that opens the election process. I know that there is also litigation involving how challenges to mail-in ballots that are coming in are handled. There's a lawsuit in San Antonio and a lawsuit down in McAllen that challenge the use of signature verification as a means of disqualifying voters who have submitted mail-in ballots. And I think that's very important, especially to Latino voters, because from my experience, what I've seen is that election workers don't necessarily disqualify voters because they can recognize a voter as being a supporter of an opponent, but rather they disqualify voters because they recognize that they are Latino. And so I've seen ballots disqualified, for example, because somebody wrote down Rosa Gonzalez on one of the matches and Rose Gonzalez on another one, and have disqualified that voter. So, and it's very difficult, quite frankly, to have a local election official determine whether a signature matches. They're not experts in signature matching situations. So I think that's another piece of litigation that could impact whether we open up the process. And I think it's important for us to recognize that historically, the Texas Attorney General, Paxton is no different, have not gone after election voter fraud in a systematic way. Rather, they've chosen elderly minority voters to harass about voter fraud, and they've prosecuted those sorts of voters, sort of low-hanging fruit, rather than going after there is election fraud. I don't think the Attorney General is particularly interested in rooting that out. Rather, they're using the election fraud prosecutions as a way of dampening voter turnout.
And I would agree wholeheartedly with my comrades, and I might say that, they are two of the very best. Jose was the lead lawyer for all of the lawyers, plaintiffs' lawyers in redistricting, and Chad was in court, really the lead lawyer, along with Ezra Rosenberg in the voter ID case. So they always have their fingers on the pulse of our great state. We filed in May a lawsuit in San Antonio challenging the signature requirements because I think that's what Jose just mentioned, and we actually believe that that's a huge problem. We're also challenging the requirement that your absentee ballot must be mailed by 7 o'clock on election day and received by 5 the next day, which is truly problematic, generally speaking, and it's really problematic now during this pandemic. So we think those things will be a great impediment to actually having minority voters to be able to participate in adequate numbers in the polling places, because many are not familiar with the absentee voting requirements. I think that there's a history in the African American community that because we were disenfranchised for so long, it is really significant that many people want to go to that polling place. I don't agree with it, but there's a great feeling. I know we lost one of our best witnesses in voter ID, a 93-year-old in a nursing home, but she said she had to go vote in person. And so, and so she wanted to take that opportunity rather than be someone that we could put up as a plaintiff. I think that one of the things we want to make sure of in terms of the litigation is we have to understand the dynamics that are at play in the country today and how important this next election is. The dynamics that are in play are that, sadly, in too many places, too many judges have been put in place that are result-oriented. So we can be there, we can be the best brief team and talk about years of law, decades of law, and it really won't make a difference in the end if you're result-oriented. That's one of the reasons why, like in voter ID, when we won on the in terms of the effects, but we lost in terms of the intent, we chose not to go to the Supreme Court on that issue because we understood that it's a different world out there. I look at the RUCO case out of North Carolina and what the Supreme Court permitted in that case. And if we all look at that RUCO case and understand what was permitted, I think we have a different landscape than what we had in 2010. In 2010, there was always this historical effort by both parties, actually, in Texas, to take away some votes from minorities. But I think it's going to be in historical levels. When you look at what they did in North Carolina and the way they disenfranchised minorities in that state. So I think that's going to be a huge problem this time, that RUCO may have changed the landscape. So I think that everyone needs to know that this is kind of like the granddaddy of all elections for many, many reasons, that you're going to have people who are going to be able to stand up and to support all people voting, conservative and liberal, or we're going to really go back into somewhere where we have not been in quite some time. And you can set up laws and barriers in such a way to where you can change the nature of the electorate. That's the whole idea what we're talking about, right? We're trying to make 40 greater than 60. I just wrote a piece on that. And then the idea is, how do you make 40% greater than 60%? And there are all kinds of machinations that go along with that, but that's what's being undertaken right now in our state.
And by we, you mean the Republican legislature, right?
Well, yeah, I think that there's Todd Smith and Jerry Madden and people like that who were open-minded have been moved out in large part. And I think that, those people who are trying to stop the floodgates from flooding and drowning minorities are really getting quite limited there. So I think that's what we're talking about. Purely and simply, I think it's clear. You look at the Republican Party platform in Texas in terms of whether it's anti-affirmative action or whatever, you understand that there's clearly an anti-minority platform. Now, we're nonpartisan at the NAACP, but we understand lay of the landscape and our eyes are open, and we understand who is going to be voting against and who did vote against all the repressive legislation that's taken place. We understand who voted against voter ID. We understand who voted for the redistricting plans and for the state house and the United States Congress in Texas that marginalize minority votes. We understand that, and that's what we do. We don't look at your party to begin with, but we have to look at what you do, and we look at who's done the things that we have sought to push, and we understand that's one particular party with that dynamic. If we look at for example, the voting report card that our Washington Bureau puts out on Texas congresspersons, it tells an incredible story in terms of the difference in the votes, the grades for the Democratic congresspersons as compared with the Republican congresspersons.
So now we're going to take a quick break. Thank you.
It's Celia Parker Mims, Democratic candidate for county commissioner. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text votes to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
I'm sorry, I kind of screwed that one up.
No. We're going to edit all this, so.
Okay. All right, well, I'll go back to John. I'm Cliff Walker, the Deputy Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. I've done this work now for about 15 years in the state, and never in any other cycle have I seen this level of enthusiasm and seen the party do what it's doing right now. Of all the challenges I anticipated this cycle, helping lead this team from my apartment on a day-to-day basis was not high up on that list, but we're all rolling with the punches. I mean, I think for me, I meditate. I've got a couple of bonsai trees that I haven't managed to somehow kill yet, and those help keep me focused, that in routines. But to be perfectly honest, every time I log into our all-staff meeting and I see nearly 70 smiling faces, that is the single most inspiring thing that keeps me going. In 2020, I defined success as winning these elections. And I think in previous cycles, we've looked at targeted congressional districts and said, can we make sure that we've got a strong candidate running? Can we make sure that we're holding the Republicans accountable? We have all of the materials that we need. Our team is incredible. We've got a strong lineup of candidates who are running. And the biggest thing that we have going for us right now is belief. And not just belief by Democrats, belief by Republicans. You want to get a sense as to how competitive Texas is, talk to a national Republican, talk to a Texas Republican, because they're freaking out. When we win in Texas in 2020, when we succeed, it's lights out. It's curtains for the Republicans for a generation. I fell in love with Howard Dean in 2004, was one of Dean's Texas Rangers, bussed up to Iowa and knocked doors in very un-Texan weather. Funny story, that whole effort was organized by one Glenn Maxey, and there are still photos that exist that pop up on Facebook from time to time, mostly to embarrass me because I'm wearing a ridiculous hat. I'm going to quote Rebecca Solnit right now, so I'll give her proper attribution for this. But our biggest problems are political, so are the solutions. If every single human being in this country doesn't feel this at some level, then we're just not paying attention.
How has your working relationship with Manny kind of developed into this superhero brotherly partnership that you all seem to have?
This is great fun for our team, the quote-unquote bromance. Manny and I are a really good team. We see the world, I think, very similarly in terms of strategy, in terms of what we can accomplish, what the party can and should do. But also we are quite different in a lot of ways. My idea of a birthday present to myself, this was a few years ago, was a 10-day silent meditative retreat. Manny will tell you himself, but is very much not that person. And before we wrap up most days, we have a call where we wrap up. it's great fun for our team when they say, oh no, you hang up first. No, you hang up first. No, you hang up first. It's not quite that way, but it is a partnership unlike any I've had in my career, and I feel very blessed to have it.
So picking up on those themes that you all were just discussing in terms of turnout and who is able to access the ballot box, let's delve a little bit more into that. Texas has traditionally had one of the lowest voter turnout rates in the country. How have Republican attacks on voting rights created that situation and hurt participation? Gary, do you want to start us off?
Sure. That's one that I've always been greatly concerned about, because in every election or every general election, we have a voter protection effort that we run out of Austin, but we do it statewide. I think you look at a number of things that have occurred, but I think one thing I want to say at the beginning, though, is that we're going to see the greatest voter suppression effort in the history of our country this time. And what do I mean by that? I think the COVID-19 pandemic is going to become an offensive tool, and that offensive tool is going to be used as an attempt to try and suppress votes. When you look at the numbers, for example, and you look at the health effects of the African American and Latino communities and their greater likelihood of becoming infected with the virus, or actually dying and becoming seriously ill from the virus because of the pre-existing conditions and the types of jobs that they have, among other things, we have to understand that people understand that. They recognize that. You look at some of the right-wing discussion on Facebook and places like that, and they have a disregard for what's going on with the pandemic, because in their minds, it's only minorities that are actually dying. So I think that people understand that. And so we can continue to push good legislation. We continue to push our officials, like we sent a letter to the Secretary of State and the governor seeking for them to make some changes to make it safe for voters to vote, but we have not been responded to. So has not been a real belief that you should get out there and protect the voters. So what kinds of things have happened? The Attorney General threatens to prosecute you if you put forth anything inaccurate in your reasonable impediment affidavit. Or they take a young lady up in Tarrant County who mistakenly voted. And so mistakenly voting is not a violation of the law, but she gets 8 years in prison because she thought because she was on parole she could vote. Just a mistake, but she's used as an example. So you continue to look at things like that, and with the bellicosity coming from people in positions of power, and even the latest communication that went from the Attorney General to government officials around our state in reference to trying to short circuit efforts that Chad is undertaking to make sure that nobody stands out there and interprets the law the way that Chad says, and Chad is 100% right about how the law should be interpreted. If you read the law, it's very clear, but there is a clear effort to use power and those kind of things. When if you live in East Texas, you live in a community where you have a DA who is just apt to go out and make an example out of you, that's intimidating. So I think that affects many, many people. And the voters, like Jose said, who have been victimized, have been older, but primarily minority. In Tarrant County, it's all Hispanic and African-American voters that were victimized by the prosecutions.
Thank you. Jose, do you want to pick up on that?
I think Gary is right that what you've seen is an effort to intimidate voters so that they do not participate. And generally that's worked. That's one of the reasons we have such low voter turnout. But I think, we may be seeing a new day. The efforts that they underwent in Wisconsin, for example, could be a sign of how the voters react when it's out in the open that your only effort here is to suppress. And it went very badly for the Republicans in Wisconsin in their efforts to scare voters away from the polling place. And we can hope that that's the kind of once people become aware that all of this is just an effort to keep you from participating in the election process, then I think there's a fire that's lit in the belly of minority voters that we will not be kept down, and the turnouts get higher, and they get higher for the party that isn't trying to suppress their votes, trying to keep them from turning out to vote. And I think there's been now a number of years where you see one tactic after another. The voter ID law, for example, was one of those efforts to tamp down on voter turnout. And now we have the fight over whether mail-in ballots should be used during this terrible health crisis that we have. And it's very obvious, I think, to voters that it's safer for them to participate in the electoral process if they don't have to show up to a polling place that's packed with voters, and that safe distancing isn't possible, and that you're going to come in contact with people that are running the election that you have no protection from. And I think those things have become obvious, and there's a fire that's lit under the voter, and it doesn't go well for the suppressors as long as the light keeps shining down on those efforts and their true intent. But you know, we have felt this the effects of that strategy for years and years. And you're absolutely right. Texas has one of the lowest participation rates in the country.
Chad, do you have anything to add about how Republican voter suppression efforts have hurt our participation rates?
Well, a little. I think it's obviously agree with Jose and Gary, but I would add this: Texas has had an all of the above answer to trying to discourage participation, and you do it in a number of ways. You draw districts that you know are not ever going to be competitive, where people in Austin have decided in advance who's going to win, and done so with supercomputers that allow them to predict even 6-8 years from now who's going to win that race. And it doesn't take long for a lot of voters to say, in many communities, especially communities of color that have been targeted with these redistricting measures, what's the point? I can't win anyway. And then you criminalize each of the rules, and you have competing information coming from state office holders, threatens a prosecution. You add criminal penalties to the process of voter registration. You add criminal penalties to the process of getting enrolled as a voter, as you add the strictest voter identification law in the country, and you pick IDs that you know are disproportionately held by Anglo citizens. The state has every legislative cycle put forth an enormous amount of energy into figuring out how to design a low turnout election. But Jose's absolutely right. Things are changing. We saw that in 2018 with our Senate election here in Texas. We're seeing it, I think, as was mentioned in Wisconsin in this pandemic election. And look, if there's one thing for good or bad that you can know about Texans, is tell them not to do something is the quickest way to get them to do it. And Texans here have been hearing the message loud and clear, especially in these last 2 months. The government doesn't want you to vote. Well, that's, as Texans, that allowed, back in the day, we'd get on the horse and drive our 12 miles, ride our 12 miles, and we'd get our ballot. And today we're going to do whatever it takes to get our ballot and vote. And we saw an enormous amount of turnout in Wisconsin that I think was directly attributed to telling Americans, we don't want to hear your voice.
So, as you've all mentioned, redistricting is a critical part of our electoral process, and we are about to be in a redistricting year. 2020 is the census, and next legislative session, our legislators are going to go to Austin and determine what the districts are going to be for the next decade. And in that mix, this year, Texas Democrats have to only flip 9 seats in the state house to win a majority in that chamber. So we are very close to that and very optimistic about it. Why is that all the more important in this redistricting year? What are the stakes as we redistrict for the next decade? Jose, can you start us off?
Sure. So I think one of the things that's extremely important today that we didn't have in the last redistricting session or that we did have in the last redistricting session, is the protection of Section 5. And think about this. In the 2010 redistricting cycle, with Section 5, the Texas legislature in the House of Representatives, for example, Section 5 was meant to prevent a regression in the standing of minority voters. So we were pretty confident that we would start with X number of minority districts and we wouldn't go below that. We were fighting for more minority districts. And even though we had that Section 5 protection, the Texas legislature eliminated 4 to 5 minority seats in the Texas House of Representatives. Today, in the next redistricting, we're not going to have Section 5 as a protection. There doesn't need to be pre-clearance, or at least as the situation stands today, we will not have Section 5 protection. The legislature is still being controlled by the same forces that drew the 2010 redistricting plan. So flipping the House is extremely important in the pre-litigation of redistricting. How far can we, how much can we block the regression of minority voting rights when the redistricting plans are being drawn? And decade after decade after decade in Texas, every redistricting has meant an attack on minority voters. And every redistricting has resulted in some form of judicial remedy as a result of those discriminatory election plans. So the 2021 redistricting is going to be extremely important and extremely perilous. And as Gary was mentioning, not only do we not have Section 5, the landscape of the judiciary has changed enormously in terms of the judges that we draw. The three of us are lawyers. We've staked our careers in the judicial process. We believe in the judicial process. But every time we go before a judge that doesn't seem to be inclined to follow precedent and is, as Gary mentioned, result-oriented in his review of the case, it becomes more and more disheartening. There's a story just the other day about the McConnell and Cornyn talking about how, unlike the last vacancy on the Supreme Court, when an impending national election was coming, they refused to fill that seat. They are ready today to move on filling any vacancy that occurs before the election. It's a perilous time for voting rights and minority rights advocates because no Section 5, because of the change in the landscape in the judiciary. And I think it's something that we really have to prepare for and be ready for.
Right. And by Section 5, you're referring to Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act that was gutted in 2013 by the Supreme Court. Is that right?
That's right. So Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act required certain jurisdictions that enacted or passed voting changes, redistricting, polling place changes, et cetera, anything that touched on voting, to secure approval from the federal government before they could proceed on those, to ensure that those processes were not discriminatory. That protection is gone. The first victory that we had in 2012 on the redistricting case was because we had Section 5. The Department of Justice and the Washington, D.C. District Court both ruled that the plans that were adopted by the legislature in 2011 discriminated against Mexican American and African American voters. That was the cornerstone of the litigation victories that we had in the 2011 redistricting. So Section 5 is gone. And as Gary had mentioned, the judiciary has changed dramatically. And I think we have to be very cautious about all of those things.
Chad, I know you were also involved in the last redistricting cycle's litigation. Do you have anything to add? Why is redistricting process so important, and what does flipping the House mean for that?
Well, let me put it in as stark a terms as I can imagine. The reason that elections are competitive now, at the end of the decade, here we are in 2020 in Texas, legislative elections, is because those surgically designed maps created back in 2011 that Jose described, that courts said were intentionally drawn for the purpose to discriminate, have had less and less effectiveness over the course of the decade because people move around and they're born and various citizens become old enough to vote, register. So the electorate has changed. And that, along with all of the effort of other Democrats, grassroots organizers, fundraisers, campaigns, messaging, et cetera, all those efforts together are making this election competitive. But this will be the last competitive election in Texas unless there is a fair redistricting process after this. It'll be the end of the next decade, I'm afraid, before we'll have competitive elections again in Texas. And so that's why it's absolutely critical that Democrats get a seat at the table. They do that by winning a majority in the Texas House. And it's also critical that the state and federal judiciary, as Jose mentioned, apply the law fairly after the fact. And it's true that the guardrails to some degree of redistricting have come off. The Supreme Court got rid of preclearance, has been mentioned. It's gotten rid of arguments that redistricting is not allowed to discriminate based on viewpoint. Now the legislature can pick and choose people based upon their political views and draw the maps on that basis. And there's fewer and fewer protections to keep them from discriminating and drawing of the maps. So the power is on us. That's the great news. We've got an election coming up. We have a historic opportunity for people in Texas to say, we're done with that sordid history. We're done with this crowd that's not committed to democracy. And we're done with all these policies that try to pick and choose the electorate. Instead, what we're going to decide here in Texas is to be one Texas. I mean, we say here at the convention, at the state party, y'all means all. And that comes down to redistricting. These districts have to encompass the views of all Texans. And the only people that we can be certain to protect us from that, the lawyers will be there to fight, the judiciary will be there to handle it. But the only way we can be certain to protect these voters is to get out and vote this November and vote to be committed to democracy.
Thank you, Chad. So we only have time for one more question. So I want to ask each of you, if you could wave a magic wand and improve or change one thing about Texas's elections, what would it be and why? Why don't we start with you, Gary?
If I could change one thing, that's a very difficult question because there's so many things that need to be changed. Correct? You know, whether we need to get rid of people who demagogue and harass minority voters, or whether we need to have a different way of coming about our system of choosing maps or what have you. But I think that there's one thing, and maybe I can do it as a hybrid. I think universal voter registration would be something, because I think that most people understand what truth is. And I think that when you wager truth, like is what we stand for, or what all of us on this panel have been committed to throughout our lives, I think that most people will gravitate towards that. And I think that the elections would be a lot fairer if everyone was allowed to vote without regard to whether you've been convicted of a felony or what have you. I think you're a member of this society. I think a lot of those disenfranchisement laws were passed as a result of the emancipation of freed slaves, and they were intended to make sure that African Americans could not effectively participate in the political process. And so I think we have to look at the real root of many of those laws, because in years past, people who were felons could vote. There wasn't a problem. But then when they all of a sudden they became a need to disenfranchise African Americans or what have you, that changed. So I think that universal voter registration, but we need to, when we do that, make sure that we reach out, because I think there are a lot of white voters out there who will join with minority voters if you allow for them to have a proper dialogue and eliminate some of the racially bigoted confusion that is always there in Texas. And I think that's maybe what Chad and Jose were talking about. I know when Jose talked about what had happened in Wisconsin, I agree. It did appear that backfired on the people who were actually pushing it. When I saw that leader of the House in Wisconsin go to the elections and say it was safe out there, and he was wrapped up like he was ready for war with his overcoat, his mask, his gloves, and all that, and saying it's safe out here for people. And at least 31 people, the last count I heard, were infected as a result of voting that day. And so I'm real worried about that in the upcoming election.
Thank you. Chad, if you could wave a magic wand, what would your wish be?
It would be to have truly nonpartisan election administration in Texas at the statewide level. And look, I represent the Democratic Party and I'm a committed Democrat, but I also am a student of history. And at any given time, the public changes and political parties change. And there was a short period of time in Texas where there was, to some degree, nonpartisan election administration. I'm old enough to have experienced a little bit of it. But we have got to find a way at the state and national level to put together some umpires for our electoral process that are committed to democracy, are committed to every eligible person over the age of 18 being able to vote and have that vote counted, and to make sure that in the cut and thrust of politics, the basic rules of the game always remain so. So I'm hopeful for that. I think Democratic leadership will bring that. And I think that is the thing we could do the most to stop the state's history of systemic discrimination in voting.
Thank you. Jose, what's your wish?
So Gary's right. There's so many things that need to be changed. And I like both Chad's idea and Gary's idea. But if I had one thing with a magic wand, I think that having a fair and educated and historically educated Secretary of State would be wonderful. And so if my good friend tomorrow, Gary Bledsoe, would be the Secretary of State, that would be my wish.
Thank you, Jose.
I second the nomination.
All in favor?
I get someone
voting. Excellent. Well, thank you. And I really appreciated those comments because when I crafted this question, it really rings true for me that I was thinking too small time. I was thinking of minor tweaks and you all went for the gold. And I really appreciated that and hearing that. Well, thank you, all three of you, so much for chatting with us today and sharing your incredible knowledge and experience and expertise with all of our convention goers. It has been just a pleasure to hear all of the wisdom and thoughts that you all had to share. So thanks to all of you. We have stopped numerous Republican attempts to disenfranchise eligible voters, and we'll continue to do so in 2020 and beyond. And just want everyone in our audience to know that Texas Democrats are never going to stop fighting back against Republican attempts to suppress the vote. We've been working diligently to guarantee that every eligible Texan has the opportunity to participate in our democracy. And Texas Democrats are fighting to make sure this next election, the most important in our lifetime, is free, fair, and accessible, like you heard our panelists talk about today. That's why we launched TexasVotes.com, our voter education website. You can all go there to get any information and the most up-to-date information about how to register to vote, how to get a vote by mail ballot, and any other questions you might have about the upcoming July 14th primary runoff election and on to November. So please spread the word and make sure that all of the folks in your community are registered to vote and have access to the ballot box, and we'll be here having your back. Together, we're going to defend the integrity of our elections, and together we're going to turn Texas blue from up and down the ballot. Thank you.
Hi, it's State Representative Joe Desautels. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to help turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and get what you can. Your time, your voice, your support. Text votes to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
Coming up next, we have our panel, Democratic Veterans, Serving Veterans, and Winning the Veteran Vote. Stay tuned.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Hi, it's Terry Mesa coming to you from House District 105 in Irving and Grand Prairie. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Coming up next, we have our panel Democratic Veterans, Serving Veterans, and Winning the Veteran Vote. Stay tuned.
Hi, Texas Dems. I am Brooklyn Mosley. I am the campaign coordinating director for the Texas Democratic Party, and I am really excited to be joined with some great leaders and servants who have not only served our country, but they're also continuing their public service. I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. So let's start with Lieutenant General Jamison.
Well, thank you very much. My time in the military was over 3 decades, and I primarily spent it in the Cold War working nuclear issues and strategic issues. Since I retired, I have been active with the Democrats campaigning for Barack Obama in 2008 and Hillary in 2016. I'm a strong Joe Biden supporter at this point.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your service. And let's go with Gina.
Sure. Hi. Well, thank you so much to Brooklyn and team and everyone at the Texas Democratic Party for making this happen. And for those of you that are watching, I know this is a very difficult time. So my thoughts and prayers go out to those of you that might be, experiencing some difficulty during this time. But just shows the importance of November, right? And why we've got to organize and mobilize our community. So thanks again to the TDP. So I'm a proud Air Force and Iraq War veteran. I actually entered the Air Force after earning a 4-year Air Force ROTC scholarship. So it allowed me to get an education and then go on to serve. I served as an intelligence officer. I deployed to Iraq. And I always mention that, I served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And so just as critical as what I did in the military is how I served. And that's certainly shaped my thoughts on the need to make sure that everybody willing and able to serve their country has the opportunity to do so. After I separated from the military, I went on to work in national security, in total almost 15 years. And I know we need as diverse a talent pool as the diversity of challenges and opportunities that we face as a country. So I very much look forward to this discussion, and thanks again for having me.
And Cesar?
Hey, thanks a lot, Brooklyn. And I want to thank you for your service as well, Brooklyn. We appreciate you and the Texas Democratic Party moderating this important event. I'm Cesar Blanco, I'm Texas State Representative representing El Paso. I am completing my third term. That'll be 6 years in the Texas House. I'm currently a candidate for the Texas State Senate, and I've gotten through the primary, and we're heading over to the general, and I do have an opponent in the general election. So it'll be an interesting time campaigning, just like Gina during COVID. Also want to wish you all good health and safety out there. I'm also a proud Navy veteran. I served 6.5 years active duty as an enlisted man, served in a both as an intelligence analyst as well as a Stinger missile gunner, and really proud of our service. I come from a long history of military service, and glad to be a proud Democrat veteran, making sure that we're protecting veterans' benefits in the state.
Thank you for that. So honoring our nation's service members doesn't just end when they when they take off the uniform. It continues when they go into their hometown. So let's start with the first question. What does being a veteran mean to you, and what was the most rewarding thing that you got from donning a uniform? And anyone can choose to answer that.
Let me just take a crack at it. I happened to be watching last night as a last of the series on the Roosevelt's was on, and it portrayed the dire circumstances that led up to World War II, and certainly the incredible sacrifices of the people that gave their lives in that great war. I was a child when I remember Roosevelt passed away and the flags were flying at half-mast. My dad was in the Air Force, and I spent a lot of time with military people because we were always on Air Force bases. So I think it's a combination of all those things. You could feel the reality of the risk to our way of life in those days. Family histories talk about people that went down to the enlistment office the morning after Pearl Harbor and enlisted. One in our family did that on his wedding day. The long line continues through our family, and to, as you heard in the introductions, the people that were serving in the Iraq War and the wars that we've had almost endlessly since I was in the Vietnam conflict. So to be a veteran and to be a part of a community and to talk to young people and to commiserate with old people and to really portray the best ways we can the sacrifices that have been made over so long is a very easy put for me, and it's something we just keep doing and try to do better every single day.
I'll go. I'll jump in. My service to this country is really informed by my family story. My mom graduated from the #1 university in the Philippines, but came here as a domestic helper. She jumped at the opportunity even to come here in that capacity because she knew in this very special country that, if you work hard, the sky's the limit. And so she reminded my sister every single day that we were lucky to be born in this country, where we weren't smart to be born here. We were lucky to be born here, and we'd have to give back to a country that gave us so much. So it's why I served. It's why my sister serves in the Navy to this day. I rib her on that, right? I told her I still remind her that she should have gone to the Air Force, but it's all good. We're a proud service family. And so, I keep that with me, not only because I've been fortunate to live the American dream, but through my service and in my service as a civil servant, working in national security, I've also seen the importance of American leadership, how indispensable it is. And in times like this, right, international emergencies, many countries would be looking to us traditionally for leadership, and it's unfortunate they're not seeing it. On top of, unfortunately, the leadership that we're not seeing domestically. So, to be a veteran, I think now as I think about running, serving at the federal level and bringing those experiences to policy, it is absolutely making sure that, one, we're only putting men and women in harm's way when absolutely necessary. We're thinking about the second and third order consequences of each of those decisions and the sacrifices that they've made, as well as their families have made in the interest of national security. And then to your point, once they return, what do we continue to owe them? Certainly that's healthcare in a VA that's not privatized, a VA that is able to serve everyone in El Paso and San Antonio, but also in our rural communities, right? So investing in the infrastructure that helps them access critical healthcare and other veterans services is so important, as well as we think about the next generation of veterans, right? We're increasingly seeing larger numbers of women and larger numbers of folks that are, as we think about the next challenges that we'll face as a country, we also need to continue to evolve in how we think about serving our veterans. So I look forward to doing that.
My family has a history of military service dating back to World War I. And for me, being a veteran is both an honor and really still continues to be a duty. I think it's a duty in carrying on the tradition of serving our country, serving our state, and serving our communities that we go back to after service. And it's an honor because, my time in the U.S. Navy provided me an opportunity to serve in dangerous areas of the world to defend freedom and tyranny, something that generations of Americans before us have done since the beginning of our great nation. So I think it's still a duty for us to come back and serve in various capacities. As you put your uniform away, you put on the suit, or you put on the doctor's coat, or you put on the nurse's scrubs, or the police officer's uniform, etc. A lot of us come back home and continue that idea of service. I just happened to do it at the state legislature. So I approach everything that I learned, everything that I gained from my military service, keeping in mind that the traditions that my family and the tradition of service of my own family and those that have passed, whether on the battlefield or when they came back home, that we owe it to them to continue that service. And I think we owe it to our communities when we come back home and continue that tradition of service. So, and I think it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have a title. It's doing what you want to do back home to improve our community. So the service continues, and I think it's an honor and a duty to continue to do so.
Well, that's awesome. Like, service is definitely our responsibilities as Americans. I feel like no matter how that service takes shape. As we're all Democrats and we're all veterans also as well. And the Democrats have just really seeded the veteran and faith-based vote for the very long time, and especially in recent years. What are some things that you all propose that we do to do better outreach with these groups?
I think it really comes down to how we're articulating the importance of this. As we all know, a very small percentage of the population will actually serve in the military. And so for many communities that don't live in communities like San Antonio or El Paso, where there's a large military presence or large veteran presence, thinking of national security or in those terms is quite foreign to people. So I think it's incumbent on us to help people, see some of the linkages between our national security and our domestic security, right? I mean, look, if we don't have, for example, a strong public education system, or if we have too many young people that don't grow up with adequate health care, right? Then that becomes a national security issue. And certainly in Texas, we have a big role to play in that. 1 in 10 kids in the country goes to school in Texas, right? 45% of our kids in Texas rely on CHIP or Medicaid for insurance. So we have an outsized effect on the academic preparedness of our young people, the health of our young people, and thus I would argue on the national security readiness of our country. And so I think it starts with, helping people understand the urgency with which we need to be thinking about some of these things, and then thus the longer time horizon with which we need to make these investments and hold these underperforming entities entities, right, accountable and making sure that we're doing what's in the best interest of our country. I think secondly, we can speak with authority, right? We haven't taken the oath to support and defend the Constitution. That's what it's always been about, right? It's never been about a political party. I still sometimes kind of bristle when people say, oh, you're a politician. It's like, I very much consider this public service. And I think that lens, and then again, we're being reminded of the oath to the Constitution. I think that you have the credibility to be able to say this is about, putting the country above politics, something each of us have a long history of doing. And that's the lens with which we need to be looking at immigration or healthcare or closing the gap between our urban and rural areas. So being able to speak from that body of experience and then talking about the urgency with which we need to do those things, I think, allows us to take back some of that space, just because, again, we are talking about the national and economic security of our country.
There's such urgency this time, and I happen to believe that most people who have served in the military have a special sense of the strength of democracy and what it takes to preserve that democracy. And I believe there's widespread recognition that our democracy is really at risk right now. So for me, I reach out to certain networks, and we have dialogue to bring forward the issues that really highlight the fact that our democracy and our values are really at risk. And we emphasize the fact that diversity is really the strength of our society, of our way of governing, of our life. And that includes all of the pillars of diversity, whether that has to do with ethnicity or religion or sexual preferences or the way we treat immigrants, all of those things. I think that the veteran community is especially well prepared to describe why that's so important to our way of life. And I feel like right now, with 6 months to go, we have to call on every one of them to help us make sure we don't let this challenge to our democracy go unmet.
I strongly disagree that Democrats have ceded anything to Republicans. I know I haven't, and I bet that neither Lieutenant General Jameson or Captain Ortiz-Jones would say that they have either. Texas is home to around 1.4 million veterans. They make up about 7% of our population, and I would argue that it would be foolish for any Democrat to say that we are going to give up any advocacy for our veterans. It seems like benefits earned by our servicemen and our servicewomen are under attack. We need to be sure that we tell them who's trying to take away their benefits. Take away those benefits and really explain to them who's fighting to protect those benefits. In 2015, there was a bill on the House floor to gut the Hazelwood educational promise that was made to veterans and their families. That bill was carried by a Republican. It was passed through each stage of the process with the blessing of the Republican-controlled House and the Republican-controlled Senate here in Texas. The fight on the floor took place the very same day that both chambers met to honor those service people who lost their lives in combat the previous 2 years during Memorial Day. It was the Democrats who stood up and said no. We succeeded that day in protecting Hazelwood, and veterans know that, but they also need to remember that. Like any other group, veterans have issues unique to us, right? And like any other group, it's up to us to listen to them, listen to their stories. And I think we need to learn the struggles that veterans face and we need to come up with ways to provide assistance, whether that's creating veterans treatment courts, improving programs designed to help soldiers transitioning into civilian life, or doing a better job of letting them know that the programs are there to help them. So I think Democrats, we're not ceding ground. We're the ones that are advocating for them. And I think that while Republicans tend to visit the VFWs and the American Legion posts during campaign time and always participate in parades, watch what they do both in Congress as well as in the Texas legislature, and figure out who you're going to support. So Democrats are strong advocates for veterans, and we're going to continue to be just that.
Awesome. That is peak deeds, not words, right there. And so we're talking about like how 7% of the population, 7% of the population in Texas is a veteran population. And one of those fast growing groups is actually women veterans. So Texas is home to the largest population of women veterans in the country. Over 181,000 women veterans have chosen to either relocate or settle in Texas. There's a lot of homelessness within the veteran population has been an issue, and is actually seeing it go. We're actually seeing the numbers go into a positive direction in every single group except for women. What do you propose that we do on the state level, but also the federal level, to do better outreach to women veterans and actually make sure that services get to them, especially on the homeless front?
Yeah, I'll start there. It's interesting. In every county that I've been to, I always want to make a point to reach out to the VSO, the Veteran Services Officer, just to get a sense of what they're dealing with, what our veterans in our urban and our rural communities are needing most. And I'm very attuned to, exactly what you described, which is unfortunately the disparity in some services, one, whether it be a connectivity issue or whether it just be kind of a lack of information that is reaching our veterans. I think what's important as we're moving forward and thinking about the services provided to our female veterans is making sure that we are talking about these ways and approaching these things, and unfortunately a way that is not triggering for folks, right? As I've chatted with a lot of veteran services officers, and I ask about, well, what proportion of veterans that you serve are women? It's a very small percentage, but within that, it's unfortunately a lot of women that are now seeking resources or assistance based on military sexual trauma, right? So we've got to make sure that we are adequately communicating the resources that are available, but also in a way that is sensitive to the ways in which that experience could be traumatizing again. So, I know it's a very kind of specific aspect of that question, but I think it's extremely important on top of, how do, as federal legislators, do we make sure that we are creating an environment where all, soldiers and airmen and Marines have the ability to serve and thrive. Right? I mean, no one just says, oh, that's a female intelligence officer. No, that's an intelligence officer, right? That's not just a female submarine officer. No, that's a submarine officer. And so I know when we think about the services that people might need, some of it is gender specific, but the respect, right? The access to opportunity, the ability to serve, the ability to thrive, all of that is gender specific. And I would also argue, look, we need to make sure that we are respecting the contributions as well as of our LGBTQ community, those that have proven themselves ready and willing to serve their country. The diversity of challenges that we face as a country require us not to lose out on any of that talent. So anybody ready and willing to serve, I want to make sure that they get the opportunity to do so.
I think the contrast between the current administration and the previous one, the Obama administration, reflects the reality that you have to have an administration that is geared and ready to fight for these issues, to take every department, whether it's Veterans Affairs or whether it's Health and Human Services, and drive through the message that every veteran is desiring of and requires these standards of care. And we know we've been in the dark ages. I hate to say it. I mean, I came from the dark ages, and it is true that you have to go step by step, issue by issue. You have to fight like crazy, and it is not easy. And that's why it's so important that we not miss the opportunity to put the administration in charge that will do these things, that will pick up the gauntlet, the standard, and go forward and fight, because these are difficult issues with healthcare. It is so clear that one side doesn't care, and those that are denigrated for whatever reason, and they seem to work overtime picking out whatever issue might be available to minimize the contributions of people and their value. So it's a battle that is far from won, and women have the ability and capability to fill every single job. And remember, the percentages don't bear out that we are taking advantage of that resource, and they must.
So I think we saw this issue move in a very positive direction because we worked to address this problem, and it was something that Secretary Julian Castro focused on when he was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development under the Obama administration. He also discussed his plans to end homelessness among veterans during his presidential campaign. I think the first step would be to talk about the issues, and then federal, state, local governments need to work together with the help from the private sector. When San Antonio announced in 2016 that they effectively ended veterans' homelessness, their community partners for that effort included USAA, it included the South Alamo Regional Alliance for Homelessness, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, Bexar County Housing Authority, the San Antonio Housing Authority. So that's an example of what it requires. It really requires an all hands on deck approach. This is really the responsibility that takes many players. It doesn't just take one level of government. I think all of us have a role to play, and we can accomplish it. I agree that this administration can't walk and chew gum at the same time. And it's going to take changing the leadership, number one, and number two, bringing all the stakeholders together to bring about some meaningful change for women and homeless veterans.
And on that note, we're going to take a quick break.
It's not live. My name is Brooklyn Mosley, and I'm the Coordinated Campaign Director. I was born in Kansas City, Missouri. That's where my mom's family is from. My dad's family is from Chicago, and he met my mom in Kansas City. My dad worked for the government when I was growing up, so I lived in Missouri until I was 9. Then we moved to New York for a few years, and then my dad went into the private sector, and we moved to Illinois, and I stayed there until I was done with high school. In 2018, I ran a coordinated campaign in the great state of Kansas. We were able to flip the governor's mansion, literally defeated a fascist. Can I say that? Okay, literally defeated a fascist. We were able to also elect one of the 2 Native American women to be elected into Congress in 2018. I was just ready to do something that's bigger, and there's nothing bigger than the state of Texas. Texas has very large metropolitan areas, and it's just a very diverse population center. Texas is the largest battleground state in the country. It is going to determine the trajectory of the Democratic Party for the next decade, and that's what brought me to Texas. Also, the Texas Democratic Party has been doing a lot of innovative things, and I hope to learn from some of these great people who have laid the groundwork to get us to this point in 2020. So the last coordinated campaign that I ran was actually in the state of Kansas, and the state of Kansas actually fits in some of your major metropolitan areas, and so Texas is just so large, it's so diverse. They say everything's bigger in Texas, and that is definitely the truth. Texas is such a large state, and it has so many diverse populations, and that's something that is just something that is different than you see in a lot of different states. So one thing that you need in a very large state is you need a very large field program, and that's going to take efforts from all of our partners all the way up from the national level down to the local level. I'm really lucky to have a great organizing director who's already having those conversations. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that everyone knows what everyone's doing. Essentially, we don't want to end up talking to the same 30 people 100 times as we get to election day, and so we were just really trying to guarantee that we're not duplicating too many efforts, and the way that I plan on being able to do that is just to make sure that I'm empowering my team to own their programs, and I'm also empowering my team to know to talk to each other. And so yeah, that's 2020. I'm very lucky to be a veteran of the United States Air Force. One thing that the Air Force really taught me was that core team mentality, and everyone has a part, and there's no part that is too big and too small. One thing that really drew me to campaigns was just the team environment. You end up spending a lot of time with the same people over maybe a 6 to 9 month period. When I was in the Air Force, I was on tankers, and so we flew with hard crews for deployment, which was about 70 days, and you end up spending so much time with your crew, and somehow that prepared me for being with the same people on a campaign cycle.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality healthcare, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
9
Let me start again. What is my job? Hi, my name is Marco Antonio Arantia, and I am the Deputy County Services Director, as well as the Party Affairs Coordinator. You know, I love reading the news. I love knowing what's going on hyperlocal issues all the way, up to foreign policy, international issues. I was a kid who could, say the presidents in order, forwards and backwards. I can still, from memory, say the preamble to the Constitution. I think that's why, I joined the military at the time I did. I joined after 9/11. Joining while there was still Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I mean, I was out during high school. To join the military and serve the entire time under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, I wanted to fight dumb policy. I mean, really, when it came down to it, I like to be in the fight and to push for change, and to have to run a state convention, to elect national delegates, to try to take that guy out of office and put someone way better. It's just so historic, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of work. I was actually hanging out with some of the people at the county party in El Paso last August. We just started getting reports of all the malls having some sort of terrorist attack. It turned out to be it was only happening at one location, but it was when situations like that happen, you just sort of go into crisis mode, and you're just trying to problem solve and see what can you do to help. When that happened in El Paso, I was trying to do that for as many friends as I could. I mean, it really comes down to when you're not able to win races. Sometimes these leaders have a real toxic effect. The things they say and the policies that they implement affect real people in our lives. Having Trump in office has just really poisoned culture and conversation, and makes things like what happened in El Paso all the more likely to happen, and also underlines how if we don't get good people in office, how lax regulations on killing machines have been able to run free for a couple decades now. And so I hope that in the work that I do, that I can affect change to get better policies to make people's lives better and to save them. Being a Texas Democrat means being true to who I am and to my culture. I come from a border town of deserted mountains and just a really beautiful people and experience growing up here in Texas. My home city, El Paso, has been a place that has struggled under this Trump administration. If we elect crappy people to be in office, we're going to get crappy results. I think opposition to dumb public policy is really one thing that drives me to be a Democrat and to put the best people in office. There's a lot of good that we can do in the world, and a lot of dumb policy that we can stop if we put the right people in office. I think that's why I'm going to continue the struggle. I want to win so we can do great things and change the world.
So many of us use the VA for our healthcare, myself included. And for those of you who are using the VA or have used the VA in the past, what has that experience taught you about maybe the conversation going around privatizing the VA, but also on the larger scope, what has it taught you about affordable healthcare as a whole?
I'm happy to start. I, in the last couple of weeks, was actually using the VA and had physical therapy via telehealth, right? I was actually supposed to go in for appointments, and then very quickly, due to what's going on now, had to move to telehealth. And so, the VA was very flexible, and they weren't, to be honest, they weren't immediately set up to do physical therapy via telehealth. And so it took them a couple of weeks, but they eventually got there. And I've been very happy to be able to access those services. So, I'm committed to making sure that we have a VA that continues to only be motivated by the health of our veterans, right? And not a profit. That is, I think we get into some very dangerous territory when we have, entities in charge of the VA that are focused on profit and not the healthcare that our veterans deserve. And so I would continue to make sure that our VA has also the appropriate oversight. Now, are there efficiencies that can be realized? Sure, right? Can the organization be more effective in certain ways? Absolutely. But again, these are leadership issues, right? These are not reasons to privatize an organization that provides such an invaluable service. I think what it's also highlighted, though, is the need to ensure that the VA keeps up with the types of demands. For example, being able to quickly transition to telehealth in so many places. Now, I was able to do that right from here in San Antonio, but I know, again, many of our older veterans, especially in our rural communities, that would have been very, very difficult for them. I think, though, the VA also offers some wonderful lessons learned, right? I mean, the VA negotiates the cost of prescription drugs, which helps to bring down the cost of that and ensure our veterans, again, have those resources. That is absolutely something I would advocate that Medicare, transition to again, make sure that we are all have access to those prescription drugs, but at a reasonable price and an affordable price for folks, so they're not making decisions between their prescription drugs and their utility bills. So, an institution that needs to be protected, I look forward to doing that. An institution that needs to be cognizant of the changing, requirements of our veterans, and an institution that also needs to make sure that we are keeping up with the technological demands to ensure we're serving our veterans as best able.
You can probably judge by the number of gray hairs that I'm able to assess the Veterans Administration for a good number of years. I will say that looking back a good number of years and coming forward, that there's been a tremendous amount of progress, but that doesn't at all say that we are at an ideal state, nowhere close. And I would second the fears of the motivation of privatization. I think that the core value of the VA is keeping the veteran at the heart of every task and every requirement. And healthcare, as you grow older, becomes an almost indescribable challenge. And therefore, again, we have to have a full set of managers that are dedicated to making the VA serve the customer, and privatization, as far as I'm concerned, should not be on the table. It's a different motivation, and it comes in for great possibilities of actual abuse.
So I'm a priority group 8 veteran. I have employer-based insurance, so I have options, but others don't. And we don't need to privatize veterans' health care. We need to make sure that they have adequate funding to care for our veterans. And I think right now what we've seen with the percentage of veterans that are dying from COVID has demonstrated that. We are at a higher percentage than the general population. I've been meeting with a lot of female veterans. We just now heard the number of female veterans living in Texas. We have to support and maintain dedicated women's healthcare services and clinics, including OB-GYN doctors, to ensure that women veterans have access to the care that they need, as well as women's clinics to ensure increased access to care through those VA clinics and services. As for all of our friends and neighbors, and healthcare I think is a right. Everyone should have access to healthcare. I think expanding Medicaid would be a good start here in the state from a state perspective. We've seen that since March, because of the job losses as a result of COVID-19, there's been an estimated 1.6 million Texans who lost their health insurance due to job loss. So if you're a veteran, you're automatically going to switch over to get your care at the VA. right? If you already have your employer-based insurance and you lose it. So I think we've got to expand Medicaid. It would help them along with many others. And I think without healthcare coverage, and because our state refuses to expand Medicaid, we could potentially require a lot of veterans to seek that care at the VA, which from my perspective is not adequately funded. So I think there's things that the state can do to help mitigate that. And I think COVID has demonstrated how fragile our healthcare system, not only at the VA can be, but the national healthcare system as a whole.
They stick with talking about COVID. Many veterans to choose to be small business owners when they get out of the military. They take off their uniforms and they roll up their sleeves and they realize their dream of being a business owner. With COVID, we have seen a lot of business owners, especially small business owners, take a huge financial hit, it's really impacting our veterans just because a lot of them are small business owners as well. What are some of the ways that, let's start positively. What are some of the ways that we've seen the business community come together to help each other out? And then what are some ways that our state and federal leaders can do to ensure that our small business owners are able to continue to fuel our economy in the future?
I can start. So this is certainly a difficult time for all of us, and I think small business owners have been especially hit hard, especially those that are veteran owned. But I think that they're resilient. I would have liked to see more of the PPP loans made to small businesses instead of the large corporations. We're hearing the stories of some of these large corporations that are starting to return the money as a result of bad publicity, right? But I think at the end of the day, the military has taught us to make decisions based on data, based on intel, not to make decisions based on things that we don't know. I think we need to be sure that people are not in danger by opening up too early. Businesses will not see an increase in business until people feel comfortable visiting their stores, their restaurants, shops, and salons. When the federal government disregards its own checklist for reopening provided by the CDC, that doesn't give people a comforting feeling. So, I think that businesses have been able to do what they can. There's been a patchwork system of a COVID response all the way from the top level to the local level. There's a lot of confusion, and in the military, when there's confusion, we used to say you're dead in the water, right? And we need to make sure that there's leadership, that there's programs for small businesses that are in place, that there's a unified plan in place to address this pandemic, and we just haven't seen that. And we're finding that small business owners, especially veteran business owners, are falling through the cracks. Many of them are doing what they can. If they own a restaurant, they're doing curbside pickup or delivery and things like that. But others, they don't have that option. So, I think we've seen a failure across the levels of government and the patchwork of a response that we've had. And again, that goes back to our leadership and who we vote for, which is why I think we need to send someone such as Joe Biden to the White House to provide some of that steady leadership that has been absent during this pandemic and really before the pandemic even started.
One of the things that I think I would like to add is there is a good reason to believe, looking backwards, that the politics of the last few decades have, for whatever reasons, led Americans to move away from believing in their government. And that's a lesson that COVID has taught in spades. When you need your government, it's not in 6 months or a year. It is now. And to describe the response as anything but totally unsatisfactory is just beyond me. On the hope that some of the lessons learned are that this will not be over quick, so we have to have government continually raising the ante to deal with these small business owners and others that are in need, and there cannot be a backing off. That is the problem as we look 6 months down the road to actually 9 months before a new administration will even be in position to begin the process of governing. But government has its essential roles, and we have had a lesson of a millennia that's been given to us with COVID. So they again say, if you're not set about 1,000% to turn Texas blue, because it may be the difference in the presidential election, and it's well within reach, and the reasons are just too numerous to even begin to mention. But the one that I think is right at the head of the list is you have to have a government that serves its people, and that is entirely appropriate when we talk about a pandemic like we're dealing with now.
To pick up on the general's point, I think the federal response to the pandemic is really highlighted, when they crafted these packages, who they had in mind and who they didn't. Right. And to your points about small business owners, in particular, those who are veterans, but even just the fact that, it was harder for a disabled veteran to get their relief check than it was for these $1 million corporations. It shows you the mismatch in priorities and who they understand to be in need versus those that really needed that assistance and didn't have time to jump through these extra hoops. Right. And so I think that's the importance of bringing, different perspectives to the legislative table, but also these unique perspectives. Again, we've taken the oath to the Constitution. We know, who our allegiance is to, but also to the general's point, we can execute. Right. I think that to me has really been the most surprising and the most disappointing is that we have the talent in government. We have the resources. We just don't have the leadership, right? The leadership to quickly execute and make sure we're not leaving communities behind, and the ability to execute to make sure that this isn't any worse than it needs to be, that we don't needlessly lose more lives due to this pandemic. I do want to highlight, though, just on the topic of small businesses. In the course of this, we have been doing virtual town halls every single week. And the folks that we just had on recently is the president and CEO of Lift Fund. So it's a nonprofit, it's a CDFI, so Community Development Financial Institution. Again, it's a nonprofit micro-lending outfit based here in San Antonio, but works all throughout South and West Texas and includes other states. And they have done a remarkable job of getting out PPP loans to those that have traditionally had a hard time accessing traditional capital via the banking system. So they're an ongoing resource during this pandemic, but even before this and certainly after this, they are there to serve as a resource for small businesses, entrepreneurs, independent contractors that need a little bit of help to get started. 10% of their clients are veterans, 65% are low to moderate income. So they're absolutely resourced for those that are aspiring to start their own business and need just a little bit of help. So it's called the Lift Fund.
You're a woman of color, you're part of the LGBTQIA community, and you're also a veteran. How has those identities and also your experience living in those identities shaped your approach to running for office?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, though, my lived experiences have absolutely highlighted for me the need to make sure that we are investing in the talent all throughout our state, right? Talent is universal, opportunity is not. I've lived that, I know that firsthand, and I've seen that in the course of my service to our country. So that's how the big picture of how it's shaped my thoughts on how I would serve. I think also, though, as we think about, national security, I'm a proud product of public education, reduced lunch, subsidized housing. Those were critical investments for me that allowed me to grow up healthy, get an education, and serve our country. And in so many of the countries that the General and Cesar and I served in, what is absent in those countries immediately, and is a key reason why there's such insecurity, is because they don't have a strong middle class. Right? They don't have an independent press. They don't have institutions that are checks on accountability all throughout their government. And I think that's why, as you've heard today, we are so motivated to make sure that we get our country back on the right track. We know not only how special our country is, but the importance of our country's leadership, right? On so many fronts. And it starts, though, with how we invest here at home and how we strengthen the middle class and work to provide those opportunities that allow, again, for the next generation to grow up healthy, get an education, and serve their country. So this is very much, again, an extension, I think, of my service to this country. And I think of it that way, which is why, I look forward to making sure that our voices are at the table, making sure that this district finally has, a representative that is going to fight for them.
Awesome. Cesar, your family military service dates back to World War I, and you're also the grandson of an immigrant, and his grandson has grown up to serve in the Navy, serve in the state legislature, and now you're running for state senate. How has your family's story shaped your vision on service, but also like your community as well?
Sure. So on my dad's side, we've had as you said, we have served in every single conflict since World War I on my dad's side. And on my mom's side, my grandpa's an immigrant. So throughout my family combined story, I think we share those stories of overcoming challenging times. One of the most rewarding experiences that I had would be serving in hostile zones, leading a Stinger missile gunner detachment to provide air defense for some of our naval combatant vessels in the Persian Gulf. Leading that same detachment while serving with Marine Corps FAST teams to protect against terrorist attacks in the Gulf. These were moments when I, as a young man, were exposed to leadership opportunities. As an enlisted man for my country. In those moments that I accomplished and that I experienced were something that other people either do not want to do or are not able to do in service. It was an experience that my relatives and I experienced, and something that we also shared post-service. Those are the lessons in my perspective, from those stories and my family members on facing adversity, both in the military or on my grandpa's side, who came with very little money, as an immigrant, who had to work to be part of the fabric of this country, and who later on had several sons who also served in the military. Those collective stories, of adversity, have been part of my leadership style and continues to be the driving factor to continue to serve our state and to deal with the challenges that our state continues to deal with. And it's an honor to be able to do that in my capacity currently and in my military capacity when I was a young man.
Well, thank you for that. So I wish we had more time to talk. I really enjoyed this conversation. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. And on that battleground, we are lucky to have great veterans like you that's continuing the fight and hoping to serve us, be public servants. When veterans come home, they just want what everyone else wants. They want to come home to a strong economy. They want to come home to communities that are welcoming, that provides opportunity not only for them, but their families. Veterans are more than just themselves. They're their parents. They are sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, and they want us to be able to make sure that there's strong policies to ensure that everyone in their family is taken care of. If you like what you've heard, I would encourage everyone to take out their phones and text Texas to 21333 and continue to look at our wonderful content that we have throughout this week. Thank you very much.
This is Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins. We can win big this year, but we need you to help turn Texas blue. So join our movement and give what you can. Your voice, your time, and your support. Text VOTES votes to 21333 to get started and enjoy your convention.
Hey babe, what's convention mode?
I don't know, I've never seen that.
What does this button do?
Hey y'all, I'm Cassidy.
I'm Leah.
And this is Sophie. And we met at the 2016 State Democratic Convention in San Antonio.
And then we got engaged at the 2018 State Democratic Convention in Fort Worth.
And here we are in 2020, and we're married.
And we continue to support the Texas Democratic Party because Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. This is our time.
And we also continue to support the Texas Democratic Party because they continue to support working class families like ours.
We know convention may look a little different this year, but you can still do your part.
Chip into the Texas Democratic Party by texting Texas to 21333.
And don't forget,
vote blue, y'all!
Good evening, Texas Democrats. I'm Manny Garcia, Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party, and thank you for being with us today at the Texas Democratic Convention. How about the great panels we heard? Thank you to all of our panelists for participating in today's events. I'm glad you all got to hear from some of the greatest legal minds in Texas, such as Chad Dunn, Texas Democrats' own General Counsel. I'm also happy we were able to speak to some of the brave men and women who have fought for our country in the United States military, like Gina Ortiz-Jones. I know we're all excited about what's been going on this week, and let's pick up where we left off tomorrow. So on that note, I hope you'll hop over and join the non-urban rural, LGBTQ, and Texas College Democrats caucuses. Also, make sure to set your alarm for the United States Senate debate between our two wonderful candidates, MJ Hager and Royce West, on Saturday evening.